Test, test. Can you hear me now?
Test, test.
I was able to hear, I believe, Jonathan just now say test, test.
Test, test.
Natalie, I'm hearing that.
Test, test.
Yes, Natalie, I heard that.
Nikki, can you test again?
County Manager's Office, this is Paula. Hello?
Natalie, I think you're trying to test, but it's coming out very garbled.
Can we hear that okay? Thank you, Nikki. Can you hear me now?
There's a little bit of, I can hear it, but there's a little bit of an echo.
How about that, Nikki? Is that better? Nikki, can you hear me now? Test, test.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. There's some technical problems, and we'll be ready in just a minute.
Test, test. Nikki, can you hear me now?
Yes, Natalie, I hear you.
I think we're both in registration.
Board of County Commissioners meeting will now come to order, June 3rd, 2021. And we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. On your feet. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Recording in progress.
Can we start the meeting? Are we recording? Okay, public comment. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comment periods may be allowed on individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairperson. It is requested that members of the public provide public comment on those agenda items when they are considered. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker and matters over which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. It is required that the public comment be repeated on different viewpoints, and individuals do not engage in any personal attacks or become disruptive of the meeting and the order of conduct during the meeting. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on the following agenda items when they are discussed. The board items at number 7 and 12 as they are presented. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction of the controlling of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment is now open.
Good afternoon, Lynn Muzzy. Regarding Agenda Item 11, the review of existing residential development agreements. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, long-term severe drought is becoming the new normal for the entire southwestern United States. The Carson River Water Subconservancy reports the average Douglas County well depth at 260 feet, and the nitrate plumes are a problem. This board's recent resolution declaring drought conditions in Douglas County and encouraging conservation actions by the public due to this severe drought is a step in the right direction. As one commissioner pointed out recently, our aquifers are already overappropriated. But even 100% county-wide compliance with your resolution's suggested irrigation mitigation will not offset the demand for water from the thousands of new homes listed in the development agreement in today's Agenda Item 11. The Record Courier newspaper points out that because of immigration from outside the county, over the last 3 years, Douglas County's population has grown by about 2,000 new residents. If the residential housing projects approved by the last board are built, by your own reckoning, Douglas County will be in a full-blown water crisis. You can prevent this by declaring an emergency and indefinitely suspending or outright canceling those pending development agreements. If there's evidence that drought conditions have improved long-term sometime in the future, those projects can come back to this board for further consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. Glad to be here today. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a bit surprised that the for possible action item 14, discussion on 5 appointments for the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board, is not open for public comment today. These people will need to represent the values of all that live in Douglas County and not just at the lake. So allowing public comment on their vetting should have been essential today. And I'd like to thank Mr. Muzzy for his comments. I agree. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Ainsworth. I agree with Ellie on our opening comment there. I think item 14 should have been open for public comment too, but since it isn't, I'll do mine now. As a member of the VHR task force and a follower of the proceedings up until today, I'm sure we're all glad that a new VHR ordinance will be approved at your meeting today. The task force put in a very comprehensive set of recommendations. Those were enhanced a bit by the technical advisory group and then by the county manager and his staff, which then resulted in the manager's report to the prior commission on October 5th of 2020. Since that time, some provisions have been added that I have commented on along the way, both in writing and in person. They're still included in the permitting rules you'll approve. I believe those rules will result in some logical appeals shortly after the ordinance takes effect. Your next step after the ordinance approval, of course, is to select 5 members of the VHR Advisory Board. There are some very qualified applicants, but I do have the following 2 suggestions. Number 1, the task force did an incredibly detailed work analyzing not only our Tahoe situation, but evaluating best practices in other locations. The members, therefore, have much institutional knowledge about the facts and the process. It would be a shame not to bring that to the advisory board. So I recommend that you appoint at least 1 person, if not 2, from the task force. Number 2, I recommend that you do not appoint any applicant that is totally against VHRs and that gaslights the situation with disinformation about the impact of VHRs in general. We need people on the advisory board that think clearly and can properly evaluate a situation at hand. We'll have VHRs. We'll have a good code enforcement team and the ability to make recommendations for changes as things get implemented. Logical thinking is a must. Thanks.
Is there any further comment from the audience? Mr. Turner?
Jerry Turner. I'm here today for concern of our kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids' futures. Our country and countries around the world are under attack since 1954, World War III, using silent weapons. Read the book, Behold a Pale Horse, by William Cooper, who was murdered for his contents. Read the book COVID-19, Great Reset, by Klaus Schwab, the greatest Trojan horse book I've ever read. The issues and consequences are real, but not the reasons for the fake pandemic and COVID-19 platform and the United Nations Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. A scam of global financial and banking failure by banks and governments to be blamed on a virus, COVID-19, instead of the thieves responsible for the failure, to reset everything anew and start another scam over again without the general public knowing. COVID-19, the Great Reset, to force change and make illegally trillions of dollars for the world banking system that the money baron cult globalists own. Read pages 63 to 71. On page 68, Klaus talks of modern money theory and helicopter money and money growing on trees, of which is not reality. More money is printed, which lowers the value of the dollar in your pocket. Inflation, prices rising, with fractional banking creating more currency in the corrupt system. The taxpayers pay and have costs for the new fiat money in many ways. The globalists want for the money barons the Federal Reserve counterfeiters print that you pay for to get social expectations and political control, controlling elections, everyone's lives, wealth, all resources and energy. To know some of these money baron globalists are, read the book The Trigger, Part 2. Read the book Sustainable by Tom DeWeese, how the globalist money barons who own and control the United Nations and Agenda 21 plan sustainable development to destroy society and rebuild a globalist evil new society completely under the globalist evil control, to in turn controls our governments, bureaucracies, agencies, foundations, non-governmental organizations, including the media and Hollywood. Through zero gaps controls our federal, state, county, city, and town associated boards and incorporated governments locally without informing the general public stealthily in our own dominion. I brought some books with me that in the second public comment will give a little more detail. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Todd Carlini, East Fork Fire Protection District, District Fire Chief. And I'm here today with respect to the American Rescue Plan of 2021, which passed into law in March of this year. And allocations sounds like will soon be made directly to county governments. Today you're going to hear a complete presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act. I know your practice has been not to take public comment on presentations, so that's why I'm doing this now. And specifically what funding can and can't be used for, and that'll be later in your meeting. It's item number 4 under finance. And I must add that your CFO, Ms. Willoughby's presentation is very well prepared and provides ample documentation. But under the CARES Act, which allocated funds to the state of Nevada, who in turn allocated funding to this individual counties, Douglas County did make a $1.5 million allocation available to non-county agencies, specifically special districts. I know you heard an appeal already from another public utility special district, I think at one of your meetings in May. But I'm here also to say thank you for the allocation that East Fork was able to receive under the CARES Act. And second, to solicit that same consideration with some of the funds from the American Rescue Plan. And as you're going to hear today, these funds are allowed to be allocated to public health, public safety considerations. The criteria is going to be, appears to be more restrictive with public safety and with some of the health care and pre-hospital paramedic response, which is a big part of what we do. And we're still doing, even as of this morning, we had 3 potential COVID-related emergencies. But as a public safety organization and like our other public safety partners and certainly our public health partners and all of our medical providers, we've been at the tip of the spear, so to speak, for the last 18 months and continue to be so. Be in that position. So hopefully, we'll be able to have some consideration when it's time to allocate some of those funds, both for East Fork as a fire agency down here in the valley and certainly for Tahoe Douglas up at the lake. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment from chambers? See none. Do we have any online public comment?
Natalie Wood for the record. Yes, we do, sir. I will start playing them. Jim, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We'll go ahead and start the timer.
Jim Slade. At your last meeting 2 weeks ago, you considered a not particularly important agenda item centering on the secondary access for a Bentley industrial project. The Valley Chamber of Commerce president and president-elect spoke in favor of the project. Then recent Chamber President Dave Brady took the opportunity to impugn the integrity of 3 county commissioners. He pointed out that Virginia Sterrett had submitted a letter in opposition to the Bentley proposal. Brady then stated that 2 current board members had received campaign contributions from the Sterretts and indicated the exact amounts, and that a third had Ms. Sterrett as the campaign manager. He then said, quote, "The Sterretts' fingerprints are all over this item and quite possibly future items that come before this board." It was clear that he was suggesting that the 3 commissioners were bought and paid for by the Sterretts, and that these commissioners would therefore vote in compliance with the Sterretts' directions. The final vote, however, was 4-1 in favor of the Bentley project, so obviously Brady was wrong. I believe that he owes a public apology to the board, and particularly to the 3 commissioners whose integrity he called into question. Item 11 today includes the 24-month review of what many consider to be the worst decision by the board this century, the master plan amendment for Park Ranch Holdings that created a receiving area on agricultural land in the Carson Valley, allowing them to build up to 2,500 homes where they had previously only been allowed 66. This was incredibly controversial, with written and oral comment running about 50-1 in opposition. Park Ranch used the ploy of transferring receiving area from a much less desirable parcel in Topaz to prime ag land in the Carson Valley. That act was of dubious legality, and the board should take action to make sure that that sort of maneuver is no longer allowed. The agreement also precluded the county from rescinding the receiving area designation for 30 years. This handcuffs future boards, and again seems of dubious legality. The agreement appears to be very one-sided, with Park Ranch getting the benefits and the county and its citizens losing out. The county is required to build 2 lanes of Muller Parkway within 6 years, now 4.5 years, and at its sole cost and expense to construct over 12,000 linear feet of Muller and 7 access points. Hence, the taxpayers will be forced to pay vast amounts of money to build a road that will principally accommodate a development that the public doesn't and never did want. That development will further challenge our aquifer, hence our precious water supply, and will make traffic worse, not better, on 395, particularly through the towns. In making that decision in 2019, there had been significant campaign contributions from development interests to Commissioners Rice and Walsh especially. In the subsequent campaign, 8 separate park entities had contributed at least $1,000 to the re-election of Walsh. Did anyone from the Chamber of Commerce raise that issue? Of course not, since the Chamber is dominated by pro-development interests and supports nearly every single development that comes along. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Do we have anyone else through Zoom that would like to provide public comment for opening public comment at this time? Please raise your hand. I do have one caller. Hello, do you have opening public comment at this time?
You know, I'm going to rescind my time. I think I'm just going to listen today. So,
okay, thank you.
With the board's time.
Okay, I don't see any further public comment through Zoom, sir.
Thank you, Natalie. Seeing no further comment, public comment, we'll move forward with the approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, the Board of County Commissioners have the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most effective manner, to combine or 2 or more agenda items, considering to remove items from the agenda or delete and discuss relative to items on the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the proposed agenda.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor of approving the agenda signify by voting aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. The motion carries. The agenda is approved. Approval of previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the April 27, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners special meeting budget, April 27, 21, 9 a.m. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the draft minutes of April 27th, 2021 of the regular meeting, as well as the special budget meeting beginning at 0900 that day. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. The board will now adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. For possible action, discussion to approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for the Fuentes Restaurant and Cantina LLC, represented by its new owner, Aldevar Pardin, Adiar, RDI. They have been signed. They have signed a waiver of hearing. Fuentes Restaurant and Cantina is located at 1665 Lucerne Street, Minden, Nevada. Captain Michitarian.
Good afternoon, Captain Michitarian for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant has passed all the background checks and all on-site inspections, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection to this application.
Would somebody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Fuentes Restaurant and Cantina LLC, represented by its new owner, Adiar Paredes. Adiar Paredes is signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Fuentes Restaurant and Cantina is located on 1665 Lucerne Street, Minden, Nevada.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I'll second that, but I certainly hope this new owner has just as good a food as the previous owners of this restaurant. So anyways, reluctantly, I will approve. I'll second this.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. The motion carries 5-0. For possible action, discussion to approve additional bar in Harvey's Hotel and Casino, grab and go shop. The bar will be an on-site, unrestricted retail liquor license represented and requested by Michelle Sanborn of Harvey's Tahoe Management Company, LLC, DBA Harvey's Hotel and Casino. Harvey's Tahoe Management Company, LLC, is located at 15 US 50 State Line, Nevada. Captain Michitarian.
The application is complete and we are not in objection. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the additional bar at Harvey's Hotel Casino, the Grab and Go Shop, located at 15 US Highway 50 in State Line, Nevada.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Captain.
Mr. Chair, I believe actually it passes 6-0 because Mr. Coverly serves on this board.
Oh,
And I believe the previous motion as well was a 6-0 vote. So just for the record to make sure.
sorry, I didn't mean to exclude you, Sheriff. The board will adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. The consent calendar. Items appearing in the consent calendar are items that can be adopted with one motion unless an item is pulled by the commissioner or a member of the public. Members of the public who wish to have a consent item placed on the administrative agenda shall make the request during the public comment section of the beginning of the meeting and specifically state why they are making the request. When items are pulled for discussion, they will be automatically placed at the beginning of the administrative agenda and may be continued until another meeting. There's a item number E is being pulled for further discussion at a later date. They are not prepared to continue at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar, items A through M, with the exception of item E.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll conduct award presentations. There are three. Is Jeannie Freeman in the audience? Is she here? Oh, okay. You want to come up by the podium, please? And Sergeant Bernadette Smith, is she here? Oh, there you are. Come up by the podium. And Sheriff Coverly, up by the podium. And we have a lot going on here.
Test. I'm usually a very quiet speaker. I'm hoarse, and sometimes called a jackass. The County of Douglas, Proclamation 2021P-053 by the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners recognizing Jeannie Freeman for excellence in managing the COVID-19 response for the Quad Counties. Whereas Jeannie Freeman, Ph.D., the Public Health Preparedness Manager for the Quad County region, served as Incident Commander for the Quad Counties, Douglas, Lyon, Story, and Churchill COVID response. An Incident Commander in the 1st Quad County Regional Emergency Operations Center, she oversaw a diverse group of responders across the Quad Counties. As the Public Health Preparedness Manager, she originally led a team of 5, which increased over time to a team of 21 employees, not counting FEMA, National Guard members, the community volunteers, including Douglas Community Emergency Response Team. That's quite a feat. And whereas Jeannie Freeman initially started working on the COVID response before the novel disease was ever discovered, She did this through training and planning pandemic flu exercises by providing the flu shots for our community, preparing for the future needs, which proved to be very valuable. And whereas Jeannie Freeman started the COVID response by coordinating with state and federal partners to repatriate Quad County residents from the Grand Princess cruise ship. Whereas Jeannie Freeman led the efforts to conduct the first asymptomatic testing in the state of Nevada, which later was adopted by other jurisdictions. And whereas Jeannie Freeman led a school-based COVID response platform for all schools, public and private, from across the region to meet weekly and discuss issues collectively that provided for schools reopening. And whereas Jeannie Freeman successfully advocated on the behalf of the Quad Counties on a state level for resources needed at the local level to protect the health and welfare of residents. She was instrumental in making sure that proper allotments of vaccines were allocated to the Quad Counties and executed strategic planning for vaccine locations in a manner that was ethical, fair, and equitable. And whereas Jeannie Freeman led the team collaboration with numerous partners, including Nevada Board of Pharmacy, Nevada Immunization Program, Emergency Manner in each of the Quad Counties, Nevada of Public and Behavioral Health, Nevada Division of Emergency Management, Washoe County Health District, Healthcare Partners, private sector businesses, National Guard, Public Health Lab, school districts in each of the Quad Counties, and many more. And many more? Holy cow. And whereas Jeannie Freeman provided countless hours of counsel, guidance, and leadership, she has been an honorable public servant, spending countless hours of time away from her family and loved ones, dedicated to the prevention and health and safety of the Quad County region. Now, therefore, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners wish the community to know of their thanks to Jeannie Freeman as an outstanding example of a dedicated public servant whose efforts saved many lives while reducing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in our community. Adopted this third day of June, 2021.
Now, you can go home and relax during happy hour and reflect on your accomplishments and have some gourmet Idaho potato chips imported from our great state of Idaho up north of us. Thank you very much, Jeannie.
Thank you.
You want to? Yeah, sure.
I just want to thank you to Douglas County for allowing myself and my team to serve. All those words that you said that are so completely kind were not done by myself alone. There was an entire team here to support Douglas County. I'm very proud to be a resident of Douglas County and to be able to serve everybody who lives here. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for giving my team the opportunity to serve you as well.
Okay, this proclamation. The County of Douglas Proclamation 2021-058 by the Board of Douglas County Commissioners, recognizing June as Cowboy Hat Month in appreciation of the Carson Valley Days. Whereas Carson Valley Days will be June 10 through 13, 2021. Whereas in recognition of the cowboy heritage and the spirit during the months of June, all citizens of Douglas County are requested to wear a cowboy hat in the office, restaurants, when shopping, everywhere, in support of Carson Valley Days for the month of June. Whereas the cowboy hat is recognized as an American icon throughout the world. Whereas the cowboy hat represents Americana, whereas the cowboy hat was born out of the necessity of manifest destiny. Whereas it's nothing more iconic than the cowboy hat and how it evolved from the vaquero sombrero, which means shade. Whereas with its big, bold cowboy hat that shows that you personally will, some of them with the Montana Peak and original J.P. Stetson boss hat of the plains. Whereas the cowboy hat is possibly bolder in statement and in fashion. The cowboy hat sitting in a prominent position for all the world to see is a unequal symbol known the world over. Whereas the Douglas County Douglas County is proud supporter of the Carson Valley Days. Now therefore, the proof of proclamation by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, June 2021, Cowboy Hat Month, and show that your support for Carson Valley Days by wearing your cowboy hat. Thank you. So now you can wear a cowboy hat. Here's Bernadette's proclamation. Lose track of these things.
Certificate of 25 years.
Yeah, we had a proclamation. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll muddle through it. Walt, you want to bring that, or do I have it? Oh, here, this is for you. All right. Any of you who know Sergeant Smith, she has a heart bigger than the all of outdoors, and what she has done for the community and service to folks is unquestionably beyond the call of duty. She has inspired a lot of people. She's helped a lot of people. She has compassion beyond belief and patience, and she recognizes what is required to help folks. So in recognition, I invite the sheriff to come up here, her boss, who's a cowboy at heart, and he can make the presentation, and he has a present for her.
I've known Sergeant Smith for a long time. She has a great history of public service. She started her public service career in Southern California as a dispatcher. Her family moved up here to Douglas County, and she started in our dispatch center, and then got hired on by the sheriff's office. Bernadette has worked in patrol and in the jail, both as a deputy and as a supervisor, and has excelled. And she was a field training officer, instrumental in training our younger deputies, and she does an excellent job. One of the neat things about Bernadette and her family, her husband Doug is here today, is they have a tradition of service, just like what says on our police cars. They both serve the community. Doug is a volunteer fireman, Bernadette through her church work, and then now she started a program, it's been 4 years, called the Good Neighbors Program. And she has an army of volunteers, and they go out and serve elderly people in the community that just need help, that they're by themselves and they're lacking some of the resources that they need, and they just don't know who to turn to for help, and so she fills that void. It's amazing to me how many people live in our community that don't have a friend or a relative with them or close, that as they get older, they run into difficulties. And so Bernadette identified that problem that in the community and put together this program. And when she asked me 4 years ago what I thought, I was like, "Yep, sounds good." And no idea that this was what it was going to turn into. And so she just is, it's just awesome. But it takes somebody with that service mentality that wants to serve her community and her fellow citizens to do that. And it takes a special person. And what you've done is you've guaranteed that you really can't ever leave, at least until I am done being the sheriff, because I don't know what we would do to, right? She's the round peg in the round hole, and we absolutely couldn't do without her, and so we appreciate her. Today, she's with our MOST program, where we go out and visit people who are in mental health crisis and help them, and so she's her real job, or her job is in the supervisor in the jail, and that's a massive lift all in of itself. And so I know I speak for Captain Duffy that we really appreciate everything you've done. We're so proud of you, and the community is so lucky to have you, and we really appreciate it. And this is for, all right. So you will be required to wear this the rest of the day. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. All right.
Sure. It's a little emotional moment. It's wonderful to live in a great community. Wonderful to have great leadership in our government. It's wonderful to have a great sheriff and a great undersheriff and a great captain. Consider them my friends. That's all. Thank you.
Now, Sarge, with that hat on, people are going to not mess with the DCSO. Okay, continuing on. Item number 4, for presentation only. Presentation of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Terry Willoughby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. A brief presentation on and an overview of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, as we're now calling it. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, $1.9 trillion total, $350 billion to states and local government. Local portion is $130 billion. It's divided equally between cities and counties. For counties, $65 billion is allocated based on the county share of population. Our share for Douglas County is approximately $9.5 million, and we're expecting that any day now. We have submitted the request. It will be received in 2 payments. As I said, we are expecting that first half soon, and the second half will be within 1 year. Eligible uses, this is not CARES Act 2.0. It is very different from CARES Act funds. Eligible uses include, and this is straight from the language, A, responding to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019 for negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. B, to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of state, local, or tribal governments that are performing essential work or providing grants to eligible employers. C, for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction of revenue of such state, territory, or local government. And D, for necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. The next steps, law was enacted March 10th. The preview of the interim final rule, that's not my wording, that's theirs. I don't know what an interim final rule is, but that's the guidance that's been issued to date. It was issued May 10th. They are soliciting feedback, and it's due 60 days from May 17th, at which time that guidance will be codified and finalized. And there's a link to the fact sheet, and I believe that's attached to your agenda item as well. Some of the central statements of the eligible expenditures, the covered period is March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st, 2024. Costs must be incurred by December 31st, 2024, but must be spent by December 31st, 2026. What this means is you could issue a contract on December 31st, 2024, and you're becoming obligated for those costs, but you have another 2 years to actually pay the cash out. Things that cannot be spent on funding pension deposits, so you can't pay down your pension obligation with the Rescue Act. It can also not be used as matching funds for other federal programs. CARES Act, you could use it as matching funds for FEMA. Rescue Act is different, and you cannot. Main categories, and we're going to go into these in detail. COVID-19 or negative economic impact, premium pay for eligible workers, government services to the extent of loss of revenue, investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So the first is eligible expenditures for COVID-19. So the first is containing or mitigating COVID-19. These would be funding for vaccine programs, PPE, capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs. Behavioral and healthcare needs, that's the second category, for mental health or substance abuse treatment, crisis intervention, services to promote access to social services in underserved communities. Payroll benefits for public health or safety and human services, eligible for work completed for COVID-19 response and mitigation. The caveat here is CARES Act was basically all public safety salaries were deemed eligible for reimbursement under the CARES Act. This, we would have to demonstrate a clear line between the hours spent and the expense we would claim. So we would have to have detailed timekeeping records and be able to demonstrate that those hours were spent on mitigation. The next eligible use is impacted industries for tourism, travel, or hospitality. Measures to enable safe resumption of tourism, travel, and hospitality services. The last is rebuilding public sector capacity to pre-pandemic levels. Many governments had to lay off employees during the pandemic, and this would be to rehire those public sector staff and get the staffing up to the prior levels. We did not do that in this county. Small business support is next. Loans, grants, in-kind assistance for operational continuity, mitigation, prevention, and counseling programs. And again, the last on this slide, hardest hit communities, investing in socioeconomic disparities, housing and communities, and addressing disparities in education. And this is, it's for certain communities that meet income requirements that are eligible under CDBG, Community Development Block Grants, and we would be targeting certain areas of the county for that. The next category, main category, is premium pay for eligible workers. It can be used retroactively, must be designated by the executive as being an essential worker, can be provided directly or through grants to private employers, to public health, safety, staff, and essential workers outside the public sector. The intent of premium pay is to reach the lowest paid workers in the community. So that that's the intent of the legislation. Workers at food production facilities would be an example, grocery stores, restaurants, janitors, sanitation workers, truck drivers, and warehouse workers. These are all employees that would have had to keep working in the community during the pandemic. Contract workers, so if we have a contract with perhaps a janitorial service, we would be able to reimburse them for, they would be able to pay premium pay through an agreement with us. For government services to the extent of lost revenue, and this is a little complicated calculation, and basically fiscal year 2018-19 is our base year of revenue, and we don't calculate it on one revenue stream individually. We take all of the county's revenue that are eligible under this calculation, and it's calculated on the aggregate. So, and they provide a 4.1% growth rate that's applied to the fiscal year 2018-19 base year. We could also calculate our annual growth rate on these revenue streams for the past 3 fiscal years, and you're able to use the higher of the two. Then we apply that multiplier to the revenues that were collected in the calendar year 1920, and that would be our projected revenue. And then we compare projected for what we should have done with, if you apply the growth factor, to what actually happened. And we're able to claim if there is lost revenue there. If the projected is greater than the actuals, then we'd be able to claim that through the Rescue Act. What's not included in the revenue calculation is federal transfers, any federal, which most of our grants are federal money at the genesis of them. Transfers within the county, so we wouldn't count money that we're just moving between funds. Utility revenues are not counted. Refunds and any correcting transactions, debt proceeds, and liquor store revenues. What's in the revenue calculation is everything that's not listed above, taxes, fees, and any revenues that are used to support public services. So we do one big calculation. And what can we spend this money on? You can directly provide services or aid to citizens, maintenance of building, capital project. So you could use it on a capital project together with perhaps other sources of funding, cybersecurity, healthcare services, really any government services is an allowable use of this revenue replacement. So you don't have to use it, so if you don't have to divide it up with among the different revenue sources and put it back to the funds that would have lost those revenue. What's not allowed is to fund that money, to put that money into reserves or rainy day funds, or principal or interest on debt service. Investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Water and sewer infrastructure, the uses must be aligned with the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Water Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund requirements, which is typically focused on building or upgrading facilities and transmission, distribution, and storage systems, or investment in wastewater infrastructure projects. So we'd have to look at those requirements in order to determine if it's an eligible project. For broadband infrastructure, the idea is to build broadband infrastructure with modern technologies in mind, specifically projects that deliver services that offering reliable download and upload speeds as identified, and assistance to households to support internet access or digital literacy. Is it also an eligible use? Audit and reporting requirements. This is very different from CARES Act, where the money went from the Treasury to the state and then to us. The state was the prime recipient. At this point, we are receiving the money directly from the U.S. Treasury, and we are a direct recipient. So there's a lot more stringent requirements as far as auditing. It is subject to Single Audit Act because, of course, it is federal funds. And any funds we pass through to another entity will be subject to subrecipient monitoring, and we're required to make sure that they spend that they're spending the money as if we were spending it, because it is still federal funds. So our reporting requirements, we will be providing an interim report. The due date is August 31st, and that's submitted to the Treasury Department. And then from then on, we'll have quarterly reports with the first report due October 31st, 2021. Some of the guiding principles that have been recommended is to be cognizant of state-level efforts because they're getting their own ARPA money, and we don't want to duplicate what the state's already doing. And consider regional initiatives and partnering with other ARPA recipients such as Carson, Lyon counties. Perhaps we could do more if we were doing it as a regional effort. Use other dedicated grants, program funding, and save ARPA funds for some projects or programs that are not eligible for other grants. This is a very long grant period. It's, as I said, you have till 2024 to actually allocate the funds and incur the costs, and December 31st, 2026 to spend it. So the recommendation is to not spend the money all at once. Save some for that last few years because we don't know what's going to happen, and so don't commit all of it at once. And take adequate time and consider all alternatives to carefully use the ARPA funding to make the best use of one-time temporary funding. And again, this is one-time money, so we don't want to create new programs or new personnel with this that's going to have ongoing costs to the county. And that's it. If there's questions, I'd be happy to answer them. This is about as much of the guidance as I've seen. I'm getting updates every day, but this is the basic guidance that we've seen. And if we have organizations that are interested in applying for projects, they can contact me. I do have an application form that I developed that we could submit and then bring that back as part of a plan to the board.
Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Willoughby?
Ms. Willoughby, I do have a question. When talking about infrastructure and bringing broadband to underserved communities, would that include undergrounding utilities as well as fixing the infrastructure, the roads that if they're deteriorated, put in broadband underground your utilities and then resurface the highway? Could it be used for that?
I have not seen that question posed, but I would be happy to ask that question of U.S. Treasury. If it's part of the project, it perhaps might be. So I have to research that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. Willoughby, thank you for this initial start. I had a couple questions in regards to, it indicates small business loans, and the previous program under the CARES Act, I believe, was actual grants that were not required to be paid back. Am I correct in that?
Terry will be for the record. That is correct. As with any program, we would still have to be, even if you loan them money, we'd have to determine that they were spending the money appropriately for federal funds.
But I guess I don't understand is that during the CARES Act, we actually made financial grants to folks that they didn't have to pay back. So in this process, we're making small business loans, but those businesses would be paying back that. A loan is actually giving some people money that is going to be paid back. So if we designate let's say, just for round numbers, $1 million in regards to small business loans, and what is the process of them having to pay that back, and then what happens to those funds once they pay them back? Who are they paying them back to? Are they paying them back to the county? Or are they paying them back to the federal government? Who are they paying those small business loans back to?
Terry Willoughby for the record. So we would have to develop a loan program which someone within the county would have to administer and make sure that those loans were monitored and paid back, because we wouldn't be able to forgive a loan because, again, it's federal money. And it does allow for loans or grants, as you can see.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
That still doesn't answer the question of who they pay the loan back to.
They would pay that back to the county. We'd have to administer it as part of the funds, yeah.
And then we would have to figure out then further process of those funds being paid back over what period of time. And I mean, we'd have to have a loan program that would be administered, I would assume, by somebody from the financial officer's office. That would be, in my thought process, would be appropriate. But and then we would have to reallocate those funds again by December 31st of 2024.
Right.
So
So I'm assuming that I'd have to look at how others are structuring loan programs. I have not seen actual loan programs done through this program, but I will inquire with my colleagues to see how they're structuring it.
Thank you. And then it says in-kind assistance. So I'm not for operational continuity. So would that, do you have in mind what you would talk about as
Sure.
in-kind?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that would be like providing PPE to small businesses that would allow them to continue operational.
Okay.
Would be an example.
Okay. And on this, and then further down in our program, not here, but you talk about capital improvement projects. So those are possibly capital improvement projects that we've already identified in the last budget process in April and May that we might be able to actually see as areas where that would benefit the community, that would help in future pandemics or for mitigation. So we could bring some of those forward. Is that possible as well?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, I have not done the complete revenue loss calculation yet, but that money could be used for capital projects.
Thank you.
Or maintenance.
Seeing no further questions from the board. Oh, Commissioner Rice, sorry.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that we have talked about for the last several years was the new JLIC building. Could some of these funds be used for that due to it being financing enhanced law enforcement?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, yes, I believe in reviewing the regulations that would be an allowable use. We'd have to do the calculation for the revenue loss, and once you get that money in, there's very few restrictions on it, so that would be allowable.
Any further questions from the board? This commissioner has a hypothetical. Ms. Willoughby, if the federal government transferred $1 trillion into our local bank account for the county, what would you do?
Terry Willoughby, invest it right away, like you're not going to spend it today.
And it's a lot of money. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and giving us all guidance on what we're dealing with here. And it looks like things are slowly getting back to the way they were after this whole episode. So it's going to be interesting to find out how everything winds up, but it certainly has impacted some of the businesses and entities in our county. So are some of the funds available now?
Terry will be for the record. We have not received our first allocation yet, no.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Human Resources, number 5, for possible action. Discussion of the revision of policy 100.12, sexual harassment and social misconduct, anti-harassment, including updating the scope and purpose of the policy, procedures, definition, and guidelines. The revision also includes a new section on consensual sexual relationships and the development of reporting form. Ms. Wendy Lang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ingalls, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang from Human Resources, and I'm joined by Deputy District Attorney Cynthia Gregory today. It's been about 10 years since the sexual harassment policy has been reviewed or revised, so we're here today with a review and a refreshment of the policy in order to keep up with the change, including one very recent change, actually, that Ms. Gregory will review here with you more momentarily. The objective is to put into place a policy that protects the employees and seeks to educate, prevent, and correct prohibited harassment before any conduct reaches actionable levels under federal or state laws. In this policy, a new section is being proposed to specifically address supervisory and employee relationships within the same department, which can create a harassment in the form of favoritism or bias suffered by other employees. Extensive revisions and an overhaul were done to this policy, so we have not provided an attract changes format. I apologize for that. However, I think you can see from looking at the prior version to the new version, it's been laid out in a much more clear and thorough format. The next steps, should you approve these revisions today, would be to train all of the employees and supervisors regarding the expectations. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Gregory.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. It's great to be back in this building. Just to follow up on what Wendy said, is there was a recent change that was just passed by the legislature, and that's Senate Bill 327. That was passed on May 27th. It has gone to the governor. It's anticipated to be signed or to go in effect after 10 days. And so based on that, we wanted to take the opportunity to possibly add some additional language. As you know, under federal and state law, you cannot discriminate based on race. What the most current legislature did was included hairstyle and hair texture within that definition of race. That is unique to Nevada, and because of that, we think it's beneficial to go ahead, and let's see if I can advance, to include that in the examples, because that is specific and it's not something that a supervisor or an employee would know. So with that, we are asking that there be 2 additions. One is to page 298 of the packet under subsection 4C, and that we just clarify as an example that voicing undesirable, objectionable, or unacceptable qualities or characteristics based on a person's hair texture, natural hairstyle, afro bantu knots, curls, braids, locks, or twists. That we include that so that as supervisors and employees are aware that that language was included in both 613 as well as NRS 281. So we also want to include 281 within this policy, and that would be specific to subsection 4A. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions. It is important based on the world we live in today to have an updated policy with regards to anti-harassment, not just sexual harassment. And therefore, based on that, we're asking that you approve the revisions to the policy as presented, which includes the 2 additions today. That's assuming that they become law. However, that is likely. It's just a matter of the time running. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Be careful what you say.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion then? I mean, are we allowing, no, we don't have public comment allowed on this, so, anyway, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the revisions of policy 100.12 as presented and subject to the passage and signing of Senate Bill 327 becoming law.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. I wish the legislature could find something more concrete to deal with.
Thank you very much.
Don't go away, Ms. Lang.
I shall stay for another riveting topic.
Yes. For possible action, this is item number 6. For possible action, discussion on property and casualty insurance coverage for the fiscal year 2021-22, including the consideration of the quote from the Nevada Public Insurance Pool, known as Pool, and Alliance Property Insurance Program, APIP, travelers with additional supporting risk management programming, including the addition of a full-time employee, and authorize the county manager to execute and all necessary documentation. Ms. Lang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ingalls, members of the Commission. Again, my name is Wendy Lang. For the record, in addition to human resources, I'm responsible for risk management. I'm before you today to talk about our risk management, including our property and liability insurance coverage. With me are members from our broker, LP Insurance Services, Jared and John, that will be able to answer some specific questions that you may have for us. Douglas County is currently a member of the pool, as the chairman introduced the item, and that includes property and casualty insurance, as well as various risk management and mitigation services. It's responsible for us as public servants to occasionally evaluate the contracts that we have in place and the market options that are available to ensure that we have the best programming for the county in place. This year, various carriers were approached and asked to provide proposals, and staff was able to evaluate various options to determine the best program feasibility at varying deductibles and breadths of coverage. This analysis resulted in a recommended program option via Alliant Property Insurance Program and Travelers, which is presented today, and includes additional risk management resources individually, including an employee assistance program, training and safety and mitigation and resources, and a full-time employee. Quotes from Alliant and Travelers include increased deductibles over what we currently have in place and decreased premium costs. Pool also provided an option with an increased property deductible as well. LP conducted a thorough review of our claims history and an analysis of these combined costs, the deductibles and the premiums, over various years of loss, including good, neutral, and poor claims experience years. And all scenarios indicate that the most cost-effective combination of premium and deductible amounts would be with this option presented for you today, and that's recommended through APIP and Travelers. This program includes a $100,000 deductible retention, which means that Douglas County would be responsible to pay and manage costs related to claims from the first dollar of experience and exposure. Ensuring that this is done consistently, swiftly, and thoroughly to manage our claims is essential to managing our liability exposure. Currently, we have one employee who manages all aspects of risk management, and this does include our workers' compensation programs, safety, and drug and alcohol programs. In order to allocate the adequate resources to manage the program presented to you today, it would be necessary to add an additional FTE to this risk management function. And with that, I am available for any questions. There's a lot of information in the packet, and I'm happy to review any of it with you.
And bringing it back to the board, any questions from Ms. Lang or the gentleman here?
Ms. Lang, it's my understanding that, especially the time that I've been on this board, that Pool has not shall we say, been our friend. And by changing from pool, which is a state program, to private insurance, from reading the material provided, it looks like we would not only save resources, probably enough to pay for the additional position, but it would also be a little friendlier option when we, in fact, did suffer a loss of that nature.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rice. Wendy Lang for the record. That is correct. One of the motivating considerations that Douglas County has to realize is these cost analysis that LP conducted do not take into consideration a variety of settlements and suits where Pool has reserved their rights and Douglas County has had to contribute towards settling or resolving claims. And that is a great expense and exposure to the county. The additional FTE, all of the additional programming, the premiums presented are all a significant savings to the county over our current pool structure without taking into consideration the additional money that we've had to put out in previous years. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? This commissioner has a comment. Have you gentlemen heard of an incident called Tiregate in this county?
For the record, Jared Rossi with LP Insurance. Yes, I'm aware of that.
It won't happen again. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
It's a mouthful, but I'll give it a shot. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Douglas County switching from pool to insurance coverage from Alliance Property Insurance Program and Travelers for property and casualty insurance coverage for fiscal year 2021 through 2022, and approve the requested additional programming recommendations as presented, $834,100, and authorize the county manager to execute the necessary agreements and documentation, and including the additional human resources analyst position at a total cost of $834,100.
I will second that motion. Briefly.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second briefly by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Lang. Gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, while everybody's getting settled, we'll go ahead and start to read the next item 7. For possible action, discussion to accept the dedication of public water system improvements that were installed by Clear Creek Residential LLC within an easement through land held by the Bureau of Indian Affairs along Jacks Valley Road. This will be open to public comment afterwards, and Mr. Rittiger, are you available? You're working on it, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, Carrie Rosser with the District Attorney's Office. I believe Mr. Ricker was planning to be present. I don't know if he might be online.
Natalie Wood for the record. He's not currently on, but he was on earlier today. I can try and get him on real quick. Let me do a little emailing.
In the interim, Ms. Russell, do you want to go ahead and give us some highlights on this project?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be lovely. So Carrie Rosser with the District Attorney's Office. The short version of this item is that Clear Creek Residential, as I'm sure the board is aware, is conducting a development up in the north County along Foothill Road, along Jacks Valley Road, I'm sorry. And as a part of that development, they were required to do several on-site and off-site developments for the public water system operated by Douglas County. One of those was a completion of a water line that would complete the loop of the county's water system in the valley. And the last segment of that water line went, thank you, went through tribal land, which is the portion that is now completed. And so I will defer now to Mr. Ridker to provide perhaps some more context on the significance of the completion of this portion of the line and the collaboration as well that we've had that was quite positive with the Washoe tribe.
Commissioners, Phil Ridker, Director of Public Works for the record. So this completion of the water line is a critical element to the county's ability to essentially have redundancy in our water system and supply water from the east side of the valley around to the west side and into the Genoa Lakes and Montana area, and actually down into the town of Genoa as well. So this line has been, I think, on the books since around 2005, if not even contemplated earlier than that. So it's been a long time coming and represents a really what I would say private development for public use is really geared toward. We were able to work with the developer from day one in terms of the infrastructure and the needs of the greater community in order to orchestrate this, and also with the Washoe tribe and the BIA to be able to gain access through their properties to complete this and provide them with future service to their properties along Jacks Valley Road. The next, while it's not relevant to this discussion today, the next element in this is we are working right now on a project to complete a water line or an upgrade to the line through the town of Genoa, which will then extend service down to the Wally's Well and allow us to move water anywhere from the Wally's Well up into the North County area and back around. So when you consider issues like drought, issues like just water resources and managing water resources, this is critical to our ability to optimize and maximize how we utilize our water resources in the valley and minimize the expense to the taxpayers and ratepayers.
Phil, you open for comments or questions?
Yes.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
I would agree with your insight in regards to this, Mr. Richter, and I appreciate this, and having a redundant system that can go back and forth. Certainly in that area where we can experience problems with fires, which is a high priority for us in public safety. So anyways, I think this is very important, and I'm glad that it finally has been completed. So I look forward to our acceptance of this water system. Thank you.
Any other questions? This commissioner has a question, Mr. Ricker. Will this, the Wally's Well is about 2 or 3 years old now, and it was put in by the county at a cost of about $500,000. Will that be a supplemental unit? Will it be necessary? What can you tell us about how it ties in with this project?
Phil Ridker, Director of Public Works for the record. Yes, so the Wally's Well was upgraded roughly 2 years ago now. Just around the same time I came on with Public Works is when that project was being initiated and completed. The deepening of that well, and actually the enhancements of that well were really to increase the production capacity of it. Currently, that well has excess capacity or capacity beyond what it can be utilized for because of what I mentioned before was what's called the historic Genoa bottleneck. There's a segment of old water distribution line through the downtown area of Genoa where the water mains coming into that area are 12-inch mains down to 8-inch mains. There's a section in town that drops to 4-inch, and you cannot move water effectively past that section. So essentially, the Wally's well is only supplying water to the Sierra Shadows area and the central part of the town of Genoa. Once we complete that extension, the full capacity of that new well will be able to be utilized to move water up into Eagle Ridge, Montana, and then further supplement the demands on the entire west side of the valley.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, in that case, this is an action item. Do we hear a motion? Sorry, that's right. This item is open for public comment if anybody has any public comment. Ms. Waller.
That's it? Thank you for the opportunity today. No disrespect to Mr. Ricker, his staff, everybody here today. I have been assured that the agendized water system dedication agreement and bill of sale does not imply that Clear Creek Residential LLC has adjoined any water right or development agreement to the yet-to-be proposed Schneider Ranch 545 acres they own adjacent to the Clear Creek Tahoe LLC. Their website, though, has a home site map, future development at the historic Schneider Ranch identified, which is what's piqued my interest and my questions, and a previous item that was brought to the board under Clear Creek LLC. With that, the Clear Creek specific plan enforcement or lack of is also an issue that should be discussed in the future. I also researched all that I could find that I could identify in the Nevada Secretary of State site and found Clear Creek LLC has lots of LLCs. So when paperwork is brought forward, I want to make sure that the correct LLC is identified for whatever's going on with that project to avoid confusion and me coming before your boards. Clear Creek Tahoe was established in May 27, Clear Creek Ranch 2, May 2008, Clear Creek Partners, June 2013. There's a bunch of names. They're all integrated. I won't go into all of this. There are brand new ones. March of this year with Clear Creek Tahoe with various numbers of 74, 110, 113, so on and so forth. So again, I don't want to waste the board's time. These aren't complaints. These are legitimate reasons to come before you when I read every word in the documents, and they need to be very clear for us in the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Any further public comment from chambers? Natalie, is there any online comments?
Natalie Wood for the record. Yes, sir, we do have some. I will start playing them.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead. We'll start the time.
Jim Slade. Prior to the ill-advised approval of the master plan amendment for Park Ranch Holdings in 2019, many residents considered that the worst decision by the board this century was the approval of a master plan amendment for Clear Creek, changing the land use from forest and range to receiving area, contrary to the letter and intent of the master plan. The subject area was recommended for the highest priority for preservation, was an important wildlife corridor, and had no urban services whatsoever. I concur with the written oral comments made by Ellie Waller regarding Clear Creek Residential LLC. One of my concerns regarding that is this: what exactly is Clear Creek Residential LLC? What does it include? When I look up Clear Creek on the Secretary of State's website and search for business entities starting with those two words, there are 65 such businesses, including Clear Creek Builders, Clear Creek Canning, Clear Creek Corporation, Clear Creek Development, Clear Creek Enterprises, Clear Creek Equity Partners, Clear Creek Holdings LLC, Clear Creek Partners LLC, Clear Creek Properties, Clear Creek Ranch, Clear Creek Tahoe. One is Clear Creek Residential LLC, which is indicated to be a foreign limited liability corporation. It then shows that the managing member is Clear Creek Holdings LLC, also a foreign LLC, and that the manager of Clear Creek Holdings is CHB Clear Creek LLC, whatever that is. So it's clear how confusing it is to identify exactly what Clear Creek Residential LLC actually is and what it includes. My main concern in that regard is that it should not include anything to do with the so-called Schneider Ranch development nearby. When a similar item came before the board earlier this year, it was sent back to be redone, in large part, I believe, because it included multiple references to Schneider Ranch, even though no such proposal has ever come before the board. So I urge you today to be certain as to what you are considering and make sure that it has nothing whatsoever to do with Schneider Ranch. The fact that the entity is referred to as Clear Creek Residential is no guarantee whatsoever. I urge you to get guarantees both from staff and from a representative of Clear Creek Residential LLC that this action today has nothing to do whatsoever with Schneider Ranch or any development that may or may not come forward at a later date involving the property commonly referred to as Schneider Ranch. And by the way, contrary to what the Deputy DA said, the Clear Creek development is not along Jacks Valley Road. It is primarily on the previously pristine ridge between the Carson Valley and Clear Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any additional public comment through Zoom participants? I do have one Zoom caller, so I will let them play. Anyone else, please raise your hand. Okay, no response and no additional hands raised through Zoom, so no additional public comment.
Thank you, Natalie. Any further comment by the board? Upon reviewing this, it appeared that it was an attempt to obfuscate what is going on up there, and I am not clear about what it is. Hence, I am opposed to this agenda item as presented.
Chairman, if I may, I might be able to clarify some of the questions that have been raised.
Okay.
I admire those who tried to follow the corporate ownership of this. Anyone that's lived here in Douglas County for any length of time knows that there's been a series of owners of that property, as well as various corporate structures. Just to be clear, this agenda item is solely the dedication of public water improvements to the county. It's been a long time coming. This is not tied to Schneider Ranch. It's not tied to any particular development other than the requirement to construct this was part of a development agreement. Not with Schneider Ranch, but with a different development. As Mr. Slade correctly pointed out, it's actually further up the mountain. It's a beautiful spot, but Schneider Ranch is more in the valley and the foothills. But to answer the question, this agenda item is solely the dedication of public facilities to the county for our water system. It doesn't approve any new developments. It doesn't. Schneider Ranch, I don't even know where that's at as far as a project, but this does not approve it or disapprove it.
So, from what I'm hearing, Mr. Ritchie, that in the event Schneider Ranch came forward with a development, would require a will-serve letter or something of that nature?
That's correct, Chairman. It's my understanding that any development, Schneider Ranch or any other development, would have to come forward and provide evidence that has water, sewer, other critical infrastructure. They may, or I don't know exactly where this is at. I think I know where Schneider Ranch is, but they may connect to the system or they may not. I don't know, because that development isn't before us today.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the dedication of public water system improvements by Clear Creek Residential LLC as presented.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Ricker and Ms. Russell. We'll take a couple more items. These are for presentation only, and then we'll take a short break. Item number 8, for presentation only. Introduction of Ordinance 2021-1584, codifying the existence of and deferring the duties and responsibilities of the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. First reading. Mr. Morgan, you have the floor.
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is an administrative cleanup item, basically recognizing the Park and Recreation Commission under a new name as the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, allowed by NRS 244.1945, which authorizes the County Board of Commissioners to form advisory boards under this particular statute. The Park and Recreation Commission, as it is labeled today, was never formed under this particular statute, only by resolution of the board. The current Park and Recreation Commission does create some confusion because under NRS, a Park and Recreation Commission has certain statutory authority, which our Park and Recreation Commission, as it currently is formed, has never operated under. It operates strictly as an advisory board. So as a matter of administrative function, we are properly forming an advisory body under the County Board of Commissioners under this new ordinance. I am available for any questions if anyone should have any.
Bringing it back to the board, any questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sir, would you cite the 244 NRS again, please? I didn't get the last half of it.
Okay. It is NRS 244.1945.
Any further questions from the board? All right, Mr. Morgan, we'll move on to item number 9 for presentation only. Introduction of Ordinance 2021-1585, codifying the existence of and defining the duties of and responsibilities of the Douglas County Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board. First reading. Mr. Morgan, you have the floor.
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director, Douglas County. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, very similar to the previous item. This is at once formed the Senior Service Advisory Council in 1977. And then renamed in 2018, adding the dirt transportation advisory duties to the board. We are codifying the existence of this advisory board under ordinance as allowed for under NRS 244.1945. And I'm available for any questions as you may have them.
Bringing it back to the board, any questions of Mr. Morgan?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
So, Mr. Morgan, as you know, I served on community services and senior services and now on Parks and Rec. This doesn't change the makeup, this doesn't change the bylaws, this doesn't really change anything other than moving it from a resolution process to a codification within our county. Is that correct?
That is correct, as well as the name. They used to be referred to as advisory council. Now they will be advisory board.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, going back to Parks and Rec for a moment, what are you doing in regard to the challenges of the drought?
Of course, we are doing everything we possibly can to conserve water within our park facilities. We are identifying areas of turf that do not have a high use as a turf interest for recreation, and starting to identify those for xeriscape landscaping within our park facilities. We've evaluated our sprinkler head use to see if we can apply more efficient distribution of water in some of our facilities. It's not just a matter of water conservation to the benefit of our community, but also water is very expensive, and so it would be a cost-saving measure on our part as well.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 2:43. Let's take a 15-minute break. I'll be back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you. It's 3 o'clock, and we bring the meeting back to order.
Recording in progress.
Community Development. Item number 10, for possible action. Discussion to appoint Tim Davis as the Douglas County Building Official in accordance with NRS 278.50570. Tom Delaire, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Engels and fellow commissioners. Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. I have here Tim Davis with me, and as you stated, we are here because of NRS 278-570, which states the governing body may establish and fill a position of county building official. So that's what we're trying to do today. Tim Davis is a Douglas High School graduate. He served in the United States Army and holds an honorable discharge at rank E6. He helps coach high school baseball, and I hear he's really good on the golf course. Tim has over 18 years of construction experience, and 7 of those years as senior superintendent with Simcon Homes. In June of 2010, Tim came to work with Douglas County as a building inspector. Tim was promoted to the senior building inspector in December of 2013. Tim has served as the interim building official since Dave Lundegreen left in August of 2020. Tim holds 12 ICC certifications for both residential and commercial construction. I know Tim has worked very diligently obtaining these certifications over the past couple years, and these are not easy to obtain. Tim needs 2 more certifications to obtain the ICC building official certification, which is huge. It is my belief that Tim has the patience and foresight needed to make fundamental changes within the building department to obtain our goals of making the building department more efficient by streamlining our current permitting process. Tim will be managing 4 building inspectors and 1 plan reviewer, and potentially a number of support service contracts to assist in performing his duties as building official. Sam Booth with the reorganization will be his supervisor. And Tim and I have discussed the vision of the department and his position. The building official will be able to focus his time on the permitting and inspections of all things construction related within Douglas County. This is a tall order, and I appreciate the board's support in hearing a plan review services firm to assist, or hiring a plan review services firm to assist him in the commercial and residential plan review. That has helped our department out immensely. As we just published the proposals now for the for a RFQ for construction services contracts, we expect that to be back in our office this at the middle of this month, and we'll be before you in the future at another item with that, and hopefully Tim will be there with me. Anyway, Tim and Sam are available for any questions that you may have of us, and I appreciate this opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Delaire. Bringing it back to the board. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question, Tim. So next Thursday, there's a Chamber of Commerce golf tournament, and I need a driver. How are you when you're driving? I'll even pay the entry fee if I can get a driver. I can putt, but I can't drive. Anyways, and I know you have 1 vote down at the other end because Chairman Ingalls is a previous Army captain. But anyways, welcome to this new position.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner, well, you're Navy.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I'll address my esteemed commissioner down at the end of the dais here. By driver, you certainly meant car, right?
Well, I do have trouble on the golf course with my cart also, okay? Anyways, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion if it's appropriate.
Not yet. The chair has a couple questions. Tim, it's good to have somebody from the Army here. We're outnumbered by Marines in this county, as you know. And you want to tell the audience where you served?
For the record, Tim Davis, Douglas County Building. I spent 7 years in the Army as an infantryman. I spent 4 of those years in Kirchgorns, Germany, a place called The Rock. Of course, everything's called The Rock in the Army. And I spent 3 years in Hinesville, Georgia at Fort Stewart.
They still got all those locomotives down there at Fort Stewart?
For the record, Tim Davis. It's been a few years. I ETS'd out of the Army in 1992, so I'd have to do some research on that.
It's interesting, in Vietnam, they had a place called The Rock, and it was up north, just on the other side of the DMZ. And the Marines were up there. It was I Corps. And there's a Marine here in town who served up there, and their job was to go up and capture enemy officers. And I said, well, how did you do that? And he said, well, we take a raft and go up there in this river and hit them on the head and bring them back. So the Rock title has a lot of connotations. But thank you for that insight, and good to have you here. On that note?
Now? You ready? Thank you. I move to appoint Tim Davis as a Douglas County building official in accordance with Nevada Revised Statutes 278.570.
I'll second his motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor indicate by voting aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Tom Dallaire, don't go anywhere. Item number 11, for possible action, discussion on the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities: A, Meridian Business Park; B, Sierra Colina; C, Park Ranch Holdings, LLC; and D, Nevada Northwest, LLC. Scotsman Development Corp., H&S Construction Incorp., Sierra Nevada SW Enterprises, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation. Mr. Booth and Mr. Dallaire, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sam Booth, Deputy Director, Community Development. Of course, here with our Director, Tom Dallaire. We're here to speak to you today, again, because of another NRS requirement. This one being to do a 24-month review of development agreements. And as you know, we have many development agreements that have been approved over the years for different types of projects. And we have those on different cycles to be reviewed per the NRS every June and December. This June, up for review before you today, is Meridian Business Park, Sierra Colina, Park Ranch Holdings, LLC Development Agreement, as well as Development Agreement for Nevada Northwest, Scotsman, H&S Construction, Sierra Nevada Southwest, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation. And if I can, Commissioners, would be open to any advice that you have, but I would believe the best way maybe that I can start with each one of these, give you a little bit of a background, and I do have the GIS pulled up that we can look at an aerial photograph, and if you have any questions about the properties, and then we can move from one to the next as we have the discussion here. So the first one that we had up for review this afternoon is the Meridian Business Park Development Agreement. This is a development agreement that was approved back in 1988 by the county for development of 116 acres of industrial property. This is on the south side of Airport Road and the west side of Hayborn Road, just west of the airport. And on the screen here, I do have an image of the site. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit. There were 2 phases to this development when it was originally approved. Phase 1 are most of this area here, I'm trying to outline with my cursor, smaller parcels to the northwest. And phase 2 is the south of those, a couple of larger parcels that we have here. As I said, the development agreement was first approved in 1988. In 1997, there was a second agreement approved between the county and the developer. Essentially, the second agreement was over water rights and sewer connection fees to be paid as each lot developed and required connections to Douglas County sewer and water system. And so today we're here to present to you that we believe, staff believes, that both parties have fully executed all the terms of the agreement. The infrastructure is in place. You can see Meridian Boulevard and Park Place have been constructed. The sewer and water lines are installed. Of course, all the existing buildings are connected. There are 4 parcels in phase 1 here that are yet to be developed. One large one to the south, actually 2 to the south here, but this is owned by the same owner as this large building here. I believe that's American AVK company. They also own this large parcel to the southwest. Community development staff believes that both parties, as I said, have fully performed their obligations and are meeting the terms of the development agreements. In the staff report, I had mentioned that we believe staff could, in the future, bring forward a repeal to these development agreements. The only caveat that I have to that is I need to speak to Mr. Ricker and Carrie Rosser, who I know were here earlier today speaking with you, about those connection fees for these 4 remaining parcels that we have, because the exact fees that are due to be paid are laid out in the development agreement. So it may be that we need to wait until those final connections are made to these parcels, but the infrastructure is in place. And I'd just pause there if you have any questions about this development agreement, or if you'd like me to move on to the next one.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Turkanian?
I had just a couple questions. First of all, is there a deadline of when these development agreements have to be completed, or were they renegotiated?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. Sam Booth with Community Development. There's no timeline per county code that these agreements expire. There are agreements that are negotiated with the board. And so the board at the time approved certain terms to the agreements. I believe in this one with Meridian Boulevard, Meridian Business Park, it was solely related to the recording of the subdivision map and the infrastructure having to be put into place. So they couldn't record the subdivision map if certain terms weren't met. They did that in the subdivision map. I believe I did have that, but it was recorded, I believe it was in 1989. It was right after the agreement was executed. So essentially the applicant received what they were looking for, which was to record their subdivision map. And they also received land use approvals designating this industrial, light industrial. And so the terms of the agreement, and the reason I suppose that it's still in place today, is to ensure that the developer follows through to put the infrastructure in the ground. But of course, it's been quite a while since that's been approved.
I'm talking in general terms, so instead of the specifics, but if you approve something 33 years ago, a lot changes, and we don't change, the development agreement or what's required. I'll give you a perfect example. You said the sewer fees were put in place in the development agreement. I assume, hopefully, that was the one that was only 25 years ago. Well, haven't the sewer fees gone up a little bit in the last 25 years?
Yes, I think, Commissioner, I would defer to the DA's office just for the process of development agreements and the timelines. But Certainly, we have heard that, and you'll see many of these other agreements, there's quite a bit of age on the agreements. But these were development agreements that were signed by prior commissions.
Okay, I understand. I'm just trying to get an understanding of how this works and how we can improve upon it. And it seems to me that one of the issues that's a concern to a lot of residents in the county is all the things that are being approved to be developed, and then they're still on the books. And now the first one you provide to us is 33 years ago. I mean, and they're paying fees that are probably 1/20th of what people are paying now that are developing, and it doesn't make sense to me. But we'll discuss it, I guess, internally, deal exactly with this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Question is on the infrastructure. I'm kind of confused as to when that was put in. Do we put that in before they buy the land or attempt to do the development, or do we put the onus on the developer to put the infrastructure in?
Thank you, Commissioner Nowsad. This is Tom Delaire for the record. So the development agreement comes before the infrastructure goes in. And so the development, this is what's agreed upon. And then in order for the developer to file a final map, they have two options. They can post a security for all of those improvements, 150% of the improvement costs. And then they can file a final map without any improvements in place. Or they can go ahead and build everything that needs to be built and then turn around and file a final map after that. I believe this particular project in phase one had the later part. They had built the infrastructure and then filed the final map.
Okay, but it made it sound like if you bought the land and you want to make an agreement to build there, it sounded like you go ahead and build and then we'll put the infrastructure in. Is that true? Or did I misread that?
Well, when they build, the infrastructure is part of that. That's when they build the road. They build the roads, they have to do the water, the sewer, all of the utility connections are to those proposed parcels. And they develop it so that somebody can come in, purchase the land, and then erect a building and connect to those utilities.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. So, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, this is the type of development that I really like to see in the county is light industrial. A couple of weeks ago, we approved a 35 building parcel on the other side of Airport Road, just to the north of this. And so, but here we've had, as Mr. Turkanian has pointed out, we've had a development agreement that's been in place since 1988, and yet we still have undeveloped properties here. And I would hope that somehow, what are we doing to attract people into utilizing these pieces that we now have as designated as light industrial, which will enhance our county. I like the idea that they're required to put in the infrastructure, and I like the idea that they're required to put infrastructure in before they start building. That's all good. But once again, we need to utilize them. We need to get people in to put buildings on those properties and fill them with light industrial. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nosat.
Playing off of my esteemed colleague at the end of the day is, are there any bidders out there on that open land? Do we have anybody in line?
Commissioner Nosad, this is Sam Booth with Community Development for the record. I think at this point, just as part of the recap I gave you, the vacant parcels that are there are all owned by individual private property owners. And so in this largest piece at the southwest is owned by this industrial company, American AVK. I would assume they purchased that for a future expansion, but sometimes those are speculative. That maybe there's a sister business that might relocate across the street and they've purchased the property for that purpose. But at this point, individual property owners own each of those, and I don't believe Tom or I know any future development plans as far as when they might construct a building there.
If I may, AVK is already here in Minden and operating. They manufacture fire hydrants and pipes, an excellent company, and they export from here all over the world, their equipment. And the last time I was in their facility, they didn't have much room left. So it makes sense in anticipation of expanding their business. Question, are water rights already established and sewer rights with these projects?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Booth once again. With both, I believe both the 1988 agreement, but then more recently with that 1997 agreement, there were requirements for their water rights and for them to pay fees in lieu of dedicating water rights. So if they had water rights, they would dedicate those to Douglas County. If they needed to purchase water rights, they would purchase those from Douglas County. And those terms are in the agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. One thing that might be helpful is development agreements are found in NRS 278.0201, and a development agreement is basically a contract between the government and a property owner. And the terms can be anything, almost. There are very few things that have to be in a development agreement, one of which, to answer Commissioner Tarkanian's question, there must be a term, a defined term for the development agreement. But again, the board and the property owner will negotiate that term when the agreement's reached. However, a lot of the questions seem to be directed towards actual development. Again, to put this in context, a property owner can leave it vacant, they can build it whenever they feel like building. The development agreement only talks about what the county may want. For instance, Director Dallaire talked about phasing of improvements. A development agreement may say you have to put in all of the roads in the first phase, whereas normally you would only have to build the roads as you needed them. So just to help everyone understand, a development agreement may say you have to put all the roads in when you first start building. But after that, the county doesn't care if they ever build anything on any of those empty lots, as long as they put those roads in as they promised they would. So I think people are getting confused. The development agreement with the county, which is a contract, and the underlying development, the actual building of things on the property. And hopefully that clarifies it somewhat.
Mr. Ritchie, then what was it? Do you know the time limit for this development that's 33 years in the making?
I do not know the specific time limit on this particular agreement.
I guess a more important question is you said that the county puts in the requirements to make sure what they need, like they have to put in this road or this infrastructure. But why would they make agreements where now we're finding out the sewer fees were agreed upon at either in 33 years ago or 25 years ago, and now we're being told the water rights and the cost for the water was 25 to 33 years ago. You know, all that stuff goes up. There's a time value of money. Everybody understands that. Right. Why would you give 25 years of a certain price and not make a requirement on the developer that he has to tap into it at that point if he wants to continue with those prices? Seems to me like that wasn't a real good deal by the previous board.
Chairman, if I respond. Thank you, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. That's an excellent point, Commissioner. One thing that will happen, though, is the county will require that they pay a fee in lieu of dedication, and they'll pay that money up front. And so the county will receive a lot of money for water rights that they may or may not ever use, actually. They may never connect. The county receives that money, and we invest it. To your point, time of value of money, the county will get the money up front for these fees. Not always, it depends on, again, it depends on the deal, the specific development agreement, but the county would receive these fees up front back in 1986. I'm sure the fees were lower, but we've held that money for all this time, and we haven't had, if there's no development, we haven't had to provide water.
So the sewer fees that they haven't tapped into yet, they paid that in advance too?
Sorry, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Again, it depends on this particular development agreement. If they may have paid a sewer connection fee, or they may have just got a will serve, which is a commitment. It depends on the details of that particular deal.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse here because I'm more concerned about what's going to happen in the future and what the decisions that we make as this board. So thank you for your answers.
Mr. Chair? So Sam and Tom, I see in the last, in that opening page, page 409, on the last line of that, community development staff would recommend bringing forward an ordinance to repeal the original development agreement and subsequent amendments. So that is your recommendation today in regards to this particular development agreement, is after 33 years, we're finally going to terminate this, we might terminate it if we pass an ordinance to do so. Is that your recommendation?
Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner. Sorry, Commissioner Gardner, this is Sam Booth. Yes, that was my recommendation in doing the review of the agreement. Would also just take a second to point out to Commissioner Tarkanian's point, on page 449 in your packet, there was at least $75,000 back in 1997 as part of the agreement that Meridian had to pay to Douglas County for the water, or for the sewer capacity at that time. So they paid up front $75,000 for sewer capacity at that point.
Are we going to wait? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So is it the plan to wait until after you go through all four of these to have us to make a? Are we going to require a motion or just a direction from this board to bring back an ordinance to us regarding terminating this particular one? In praise to Mr. Ritchie.
Well, I'll take a stab at this. For the record, Patrick Cates, I don't think it's necessary for you to give us direction. I think what Sam had indicated earlier, he needed to double check with Public Works and make sure they were good on their side. And if they are, we will be bringing that back. Mr. Chairman, if I could just make one other comment. I think it was Commissioner Gardner's questions about the land being undeveloped. Obviously, that's driven by the market and the needs of individual businesses, but I would just point out that that's part of what we do with our Economic Vitality Program, is try to stay in touch with those businesses and see what their needs are, whether they're prospects for new businesses or existing businesses. Just as an example, I know within the last year, Lisa Granahan has surveyed businesses about their internet connectivity, for instance, and other things like that, to see if there's things that we can do as a government agency to assist in that effort. And then, of course, we also have partners like Northern Nevada Development Authority that recruits businesses, and Western Nevada Development District that works on infrastructures and grants and that sort of thing to make these areas more enticing to businesses.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none? Anybody care to make a motion?
I think the next, Mr. Chair, I think the next item would be then reviewing Sierra Colina. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
You want to just more in depth?
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I'd be prepared to move on to the next agreement we can review, which, as Commissioner Gardner said, is Sierra Colina. Okay. And let me see if I can navigate our map there. This development agreement is much more recent. This one was approved in May of 2009. And this is in Tahoe Township. This is on the east side of Highway 50 and north of Kingsbury Grade. and south of Lake Village Drive in State Line. Excuse me here. See if I can outline the parcel. This is the project site here, 15.7 acres. As I said, this agreement was signed in 2009, and there was a certain project that was proposed by the developer with improvements to be dedicated to Douglas County, some trails and other infrastructure that the developer would have to build. There was going to be a portion of the units in the development that would be deed restricted, moderate income. That was all with the agreement that was approved in 2009. And of course, being in Tahoe Township, the approval of the agreement was subject to TRPA review and approval as well. TRPA approved the project, but in 2012, the United States Court of Appeals vacated TRPA's approval of the project and remanded it back to them for review. I believe there were some complications in the review based on that being sent back to them, and ultimately the developer proposed a different project, and that came forward to TRPA for review in 2015, and ultimately was approved by Douglas County in 2016. The county commissioners approved a tentative subdivision map and a plan development overlay for 47 residential parcels. And the owner recorded their final map 2 years later in August of 2018. Subdivision improvement agreement was executed. Sierra Colina Drive was constructed in the fall of 2018. There were some improvements done to Highway 50, and those improvements were completed. The county released a bond that we held for those. Ultimately, the county issued a notice of completion on all of those improvements, and in October of 2019, the bond was released. Currently, 10 homes have been constructed here in the subdivision, and another 13 we've issued building permits for, and those are under construction now. Additionally, there's a letter in your packet today from the current developer and property owner, just outlining a summary of some of these same points. And so, just sorry to recap, we believe that the developer has met the obligations of the development agreement and is in compliance with the development agreement. This would be another one that I believe we would be able to bring forward an ordinance to repeal the development agreement. And the only other thing that I would definitely want to do before we move to do that would be to confer with TRPA's general counsel on the terms that TRPA had in the development agreement.
Seeing no questions from the board, Mr. Booth, you want to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Booth. For the record, I'll move on to our next site here. And in your packet, in my staff report, I apologize, the next one that we have here is the Nevada Northwest and Scotsman in the order of the staff report. So that's the one I'll move on to. So this is our next agreement to review. This is between Nevada Northwest LLC, Scotsman Development Corp., H&S Construction Incorporated, Sierra Nevada Southwest, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation. This was a development agreement first approved in 2005 with these parties, and it included conditions regarding the dedication and timing of future improvements for extensions to Muller Parkway, and improvements to 395, and conditions for the county and to the entities for construction of Muller Parkway. So this agreement was approved in 2005. In 2009, there was a settlement agreement between these parties and Douglas County that extended the terms of the agreement, and essentially that settlement agreement extended the Nevada Northwest specific plan for an additional 30 years. It also extended the Virginia Ranch specific plan for an additional 30 years. That was from their original approval date. So note in the staff report that the Nevada Northwest specific plan is valid due to the settlement agreement through 2031, And the Virginia Ranch specific plan is valid through 2034, as it was approved in 2004. I think Tom and I have in exhibits that we've entered into your packet, and I can see if I can pull that up here. That may be easier. I think what we'd like to do here is to kind of walk you through where each of these developments are and maybe what their obligations were as far as Mueller Parkway. The next agreement, or the last one that I would have to discuss with you, is a development agreement with Park Ranch Holdings, LLC, that was approved in December of 2019. This also had terms for the construction of Mueller Parkway. So I think we'd like to discuss these two agreements together when we show you the map here. So this agreement with Park Ranch Holdings included deeding 75.7 acres of right-of-way to Douglas County, and requiring the county to construct 2 lanes of Mueller Parkway within 6 years of the approved date. So that was from December of 2019. And establishing a cap on residential units to be developed on land subject to a master plan amendment that was a separate item not associated with the development agreement. In 2019, mentioned there was also that master plan amendment was approved. The developer, Park Ranch Holdings, did deed the right-of-way to Douglas County in 2020, and we do show that now on the GIS here, and the parcels have been reconfigured to show that right-of-way. We can show that to you here in just a minute. Additionally, in 2020, there was the Buckeye Farm specific plan was approved on the property subject to this development agreement. The only other thing I did note in the staff report was that there was a portion of the property that at the time Park Ranch owned. That was the Ashland Park project at the south end of the property here, north of Toller Lane. That was sold after the development agreement had been signed, and the subsequent owner, Matt Carter, brought forward a subdivision proposal that was approved in 2020 as well. It was a planned development, and as the terms of that planned development, phase 1 of the development would include the construction of 2 lanes of Mueller Parkway for the entire east side of the project, and it would also include construction of a roundabout at the intersection of Toller Lane and Mueller Parkway. And as part of the approval on that subdivision, phase 1 had to be completed by December 31st, 2023, or had to be, recorded and completed by that time. So I believe that portion of Mueller Parkway and the roundabout are currently being designed, and that developer is moving forward with their portion of the project. Now here I will see if I can pull up. This exhibit is in your packet, but I think it's a little bit easier for me to show it to you on the screen here, where I can zoom in and zoom out. But these are exhibits for the right-of-way that we currently have for Mueller Parkway. And Tom has added some denotations of existing constructed roads. Let's see if I can zoom out slightly. You want to drive on this one? Okay, I'll let Tom speak to this because he worked on this exhibit here.
Thank you, Sam. Tom Delaire for the record. So this starts on your packet, page 414, and what this exhibit is for is Nevada Northwest, and in order for the developers, I believe that was at Scotsman's at the time, that did La Costa, where the arrow is at, for that development, they had to construct the Mueller Lane. We received an easement across the Bentley parcels, those 2 parcels on the north of all the development there. Those 2 are owned by Bentley, Bentley, and we have only an easement, so we don't have a right of way across those parcels yet. It's just an easement across the property. We still have a hole on Bentley property between here and the next slide, or the next page. Oh, yeah, so La Costa is constructed with the exception of that hole in the middle. There's a few homes still left remaining in that project. I don't think those are built yet. And and then the portion of the road extends up to, we need to get that added to this exhibit, but when you take Monte Vista, it does connect to Muller Parkway, and then there's another connection towards Muller Lane that was connected as part of this portion of the agreement. This one is Montera.
Which is not subject to the development
agreement? So this isn't subject to the development agreement, but Montera, we added the proposed phases, so you can see all the additional phases for the phase 2 through there, and then at the top of the page, we added the when those parcels were supposed to be created. So when you see that 2A, there were supposed to be 9 parcels generated by 2015, and then they had to have a plan for Hayborn and 2 lanes of Muller, and those items haven't happened yet, and aren't really part of this agreement. But we did get with Montera, we did get the easement recorded and also a right-of-way through the Montera property. So that is property that Douglas County the right-of-way was actually dedicated and we own. And that is connected then to the Park Ranch Development Agreement and its right-of-way, which you can see is just north of the Montera site all the way to Toller Lane, just north of Toller Lane, right there at the very bottom. That's Waterloo and Toller Lane right there. So that was part of the development agreement with the Park Ranch Holdings. And that right-of-way was dedicated, and GIS now has updated APNs. We were in discussions with David Park on this and his consultants. They did file one record of survey to clean up some of the parcels by the industrial area because there was some problems there. But the rest of those parcels were just severed. So we created a number of non-conforming parcels. And we have to do that because the right-of-way was dedicated to the county, and the county instituted this right-of-way. So it was legal, and just ended up creating a multiple parcels, and many of which are non-compliant in size for the agricultural zoning that's there. And then Ashland Park is, we do have plans for Ashland Park in for review. We haven't received the submittal fee yet, or the plan review fee, so we have not started our review. Staff hasn't started the review on that project, and we've got a meeting with the developer, Matt Carter, scheduled for next week. And then this piece is constructed with the Stoddard Estates project. It was a short stretch. If you drive out there today, there's 4 lanes of Muller Parkway. It goes maybe 400 feet and then stops. And then it turns, and what you see just north of Arbor Gardens, between Arbor Gardens and Stoddard Estates there is Stoddard Parkway that comes in, and it's a 2-lane road. And the Virginia Ranch, the road actually stops at the turn going into the Virginia Ranch property. I guess at the time, the owners wouldn't allow H&S Construction to build that portion of Muller to connect the 2 roads. So it just stops. And so we got to connect into that Virginia Ranch project. We have been in discussions with the new owners there, and they are moving forward with plans to bring back a revision to staff on the development agreement, not the development agreement, the specific plan for the Virginia Ranch specific plan, and then we are planning on reviewing that to see what kind of modifications they're proposing, to see if we need to bring that to the boards. But for right now, they are on the hook for building all of Muller from that connection up at Stoddard Estates all the way to Grant Avenue, which was constructed, 2 lanes was constructed with Walmart. And then we have 2 lanes continuing down to all the way to the roundabout at Pine Nut. And Walmart constructed constructed the 2 lanes of Muller from Grant down to Virginia Ranch Road. And then Matthias Lane, back in the day, was already constructed. It's 2 lanes already with an additional right-of-way dedicated by the town of Gardnerville Water Company. They had dedicated a portion of right-of-way for Muller with their project, which would allow Matthias to be used for Muller Parkway and widened to 4 lanes. And then Douglas County put in a crossing there at the Virginia Ditch, which is that piece right there where the arrow's at. And then it connects into Butch Perry's project, which goes around to 395 and creates the roundabout for Pine Nut. So, and it is constructed, 4 lanes. Where's that? I used to give it. Okay. So do you have any questions about this exhibit?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad?
my question is a general one. Is there a cookie cutter form for an agreement? Or do you start right at the beginning at paragraph Roman numeral 1?
I might refer to the district attorney, Mr. Ritchie here, Commissioner, if I can.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Each development agreement is very unique and specific. To the extent that there's boilerplate or a cookie cutter, NRS requires 4 things that must be in the agreement. One is you have to describe the land, the duration of the agreement, what events constitute breach, and then providing periods during which any breach may be cured. In other words, they'll have 30, 60 days to cure the breach. Other than that, it's pretty much whatever the board wants from a developer.
All right, my second question then would be, who are the participants in coming up with this agreement?
Doug Ritchie, again for the record. It would have been your predecessors and former boards of county commissioners.
So we got us new guys here. I've only been in the county 20 years, but I certainly don't know enough about the local land, the lay of the land, to be able to sit in judgment on an agreement. So do we depend on you to advise us, or do we depend on him to advise us? Or does anybody advise us?
I'll take that one, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. An application will be made, and it will always be brought before this board. As you know, there's staff briefings, there's 2-on-1 meetings, and then there's a public hearing. At the very least, there's a public hearing. And staff will explain the essential terms of the deal. Always, there's a civil deputy district attorney is available for consultation. But really, it's a policy decision for the board. And so whatever the board at that time feels is a good thing for the citizens of the county, you express that, and then staff you give us the ideas, and we put it on paper.
So if an agreement is proposed and we don't like it, do we have to refer to NRS title or Title 20 or anything like that to say, no, you don't want this?
Again, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. No, you can simply say, I don't like this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, I just have a couple of questions here. I know that the Virginia Ranch area has been recently sold to Stan Lucas out of Long Beach, I believe. And this is really convoluted. I mean, it's as clear as mud. And I'm sure that you guys have, I'm sure Tom is pulling his hair out over it as well. And I hope you're not, Sam, because you're like me, we don't have much to pull. But how many entities are we still dealing with here? Are we, in other words, when Virginia Ranch bought this back in January, I believe it was, or late last year, were they're required to basically adopt everything that's in the development agreement as it was previous? But are we still dealing with H&S Construction? Are we still dealing with all these other Scotsman's Development and Nevada Northwest LLC, or are we just dealing with Stan Lucas and whatever development company he calls himself?
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Yes, I am pulling my hair out. I think it is starting to thin a little too. But these are very complicated documents, and then on top of it, there's development agreements on top of development agreements on top of a specific plan, and it is extremely convoluted. Stan Lucas's project, for example, came to us a year ago, I want to say, probably around a year ago, and said, "Hey, we're looking at buying this project. Can you provide some information as to really what the requirements are?" And we said, happy to do so, and we sent them all kinds of stuff. Right, all the development agreements, the specific plan. I mean, the detail in that specific plan is pretty down to the trail. Like, this is how big it's got to be, and here's the width of the roads, and there's a lot of detail in that specific plan for Virginia Ranch, and which may have worked for whoever was developing at the time, but when they sell the property, it might not work for what Mr. Lucas wants. So they are working on a revision, a layout, something that works for their product that they're wanting to do. The specific plan identifies a school site. I know they've been working over the last year with the school on that particular site and what they need, and there's drainage issues. There's a lot of things that they are addressing, and they're moving forward as quickly as possible. On top of that, there was an agreement between Virginia Ranch, Curtis & Sons, and the Gardnerville Water Company for the extension of Virginia Ranch Road, which put the Virginia Ranch developer on the hook for building Muller all the way to the Virginia Ditch. And then Douglas County has to widen the road at the Virginia Ditch because that wasn't part of any of the agreements, and it wasn't identified at the time who was going to be responsible for that. And we stepped up and connected Matthias to Butch Perry's 2 lanes when he built those. So there it is extremely complicated, but they are going to try and submit something to staff to review, and we will have to go through each of these line item by line item, make sure it's addressed, and same with the specific plan in order to ensure that they are meeting the obligations that are needed and asked for in the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Dallaire. I'm sorry, I had additional follow-up questions on that. Obviously, and we've talked about it over the last several months, as you know, we, in addition to that, we not only have talked about it, we actually allocated funds for not only the design element, but actually the building of our portion of Muller over the next 4 years. However, our portion of the as we, we've had discussions, so I'm not telling you anything we haven't already discussed, but here we are, we're going to build our portion, and it's going to have no connection points at either end, so it's really not going to be a functional road on behalf of the residents and citizens of this county, in my mind, without the completion of the Virginia Ranch section down below and the Montera section up above. So, and while this Virginia Ranch project may be hot for them, I mean, I'm not hearing any timetables. We have a restricted timetable, but they don't have a restricted timetable. We're looking at 1,020 homes that are vested, not outside of the GMO, so 1,020 homes that are vested in this project. plus another 2,500 along at the park development, or just slightly under that, and then still some from Montera. So can you give us any kind of best estimate of when we can see perhaps this a functional Muller Parkway on behalf of our citizens?
Well, we have discussed in our staff meetings about Muller Parkway on at least from the address Toller to 395 First. There is a hole there that is under the obligations of the Montera Development Phase 2. So they were able to build Phase 1 with only a portion of Hayborn Road. Phase 2, when you look at that map, identifies each phase with a section of road that they were supposed to build, and once they do 2 phases, they had to build the road along with those phases. It's all in the red font. I don't know if it's red on your book, if you've got a color book or not, but it's up in the upper left-hand corner of the page. Kind of goes through what their obligations are by year on Montera. We do own the right-of-way across Montera, and we can build that those 2 lanes to make that connection. We will have to negotiate or work with, I think Mr. Pegram owns that property today. I have been told by his representative that his grandchildren may build the rest of those phases out in Phase 2, for their projects. But so I don't know how that's going to go over. That will at least get us connected to the piece that's connected to 395. And then we will have a road all the way to Toller. And then what we've heard from, I believe it's Don Smith with Project 1, he's working on this project for Mr. Lucas at Virginia Ranch, and he has been adamant that he wants to build Muller Parkway first. And it's not just 2 lanes, but all 4. And we have been talking with Mr. Perry, who has 2 lanes of road from the roundabout at Pine Nut to the Virginia Ditch. He was allowed to phase that in, and he has 2 more lanes to build, and he's on the hook to do that before a CFO is issued on any parcel out in his project, in his property that he had at the time. And there's an agreement in place for that. That's not part of this discussion, but there is another agreement with him. So we have been trying to coordinate all that. In all of those moving parts, we've got Douglas County's little piece at Virginia Ditch that we've got to widen that culvert there and the road section. So we are trying to coordinate that and get it all done at once, if we can.
Now, I know that we have in the park development agreement, I believe that if we were to indicate that we were not going to move forward with our section of Muller, that the park development agreement has the ability for David Park to actually build it out and then charge us. Is that's correct, right? I see you shaking your head, Jeff. Do we have a similar agreement with Montero where if they don't build it out, we could build it out and then charge them back for that?
Not that I have seen, Commissioner Gurn. This is Tom Delaire for the record. Not that I have seen in that development agreement. It was, we're waiting for the developer to build the road, and we'll be waiting. We could be waiting a long time. I mean, similar, 33 years for Meridian Business Park. So, yeah, and Sam's got something to add to that as well.
Thanks, Tom. This is Sam Booth, for the record, Commissioner. I think, of course, as Tom said, the Montera agreement's a different development agreement that we don't have on review today. But just with respect to the right-of-way that he said we have there, Douglas County could construct those 2 lanes of Muller Parkway on the right-of-way that we have today. And your question, I believe, was then what would the hook be with the developer? If there's not language in that development agreement, I think the hook is that Douglas County would not give any land use approvals or subdivision approvals for the portion of property that's not been developed there. without them reimbursing us for the portion of Muller Parkway that's constructed. And I think it would be similar to any other development that we would review the traffic impacts to Muller Parkway. That Montera development would access directly onto Hayborn and into Muller Parkway, so they'd have a very high impact, and I think then we could assess whatever that percentage of impact from those homes, a fee to reimburse us for that portion of Muller Parkway. The only other thing I wanted to add to your question about the phasing or timeline with Virginia Ranch, in the staff report I talked about the first phase of Virginia Ranch. It is at the very north end there at Toller, around where the stub out from Stoddard Estates is. That was approved previously, I believe in about 2006. That first phase expired. They never recorded a map for it. The settlement agreement in 2009 reinstated that first phase, but it gave them 2 years to record a final map. And once again, that 2 years passed, and so that first phase of Virginia Ranch expired. So as of today, they do have a specific plan, which is just generally a land use plan for the site that's vested by the settlement agreement, but they don't have a plan development or subdivision map that's approved. And so they will have to come forward with to present a subdivision map and a plan development for the board's approval. And if it's a subdivision map, NRS says that they would have 4 years to record that. And as Tom said earlier, in order to record the map, they would have to either secure for the improvements of Muller Parkway or actually construct Muller Parkway. So theoretically, within 4 years, with a plan development, they can propose phasing terms that the board can review and decide whether to approve or deny. But potentially, their intentions that they've relayed to us is that they would construct Muller Parkway all up front with phase one. And if that was the case, potentially it would be within 4 years of them coming forward with that. But they have yet to come forward to the commission to present a subdivision map.
Thank you. Has our general question here, has our community development department ever considered the use of, I've heard this term, performance bonds, a process of requiring performance bonds in our agreements that if they don't complete certain sections by certain times, they forfeit those performance bonds? I'm not an attorney, and so I don't know all the legal ramifications of that or ins and outs. I've heard the term, and I was curious of whether or not that's something that maybe we should consider going forward on other developments. So.
These are massive projects that are going to impact our county, and I have some questions. This general area, is it a 100-year floodplain?
There is 100-year floodplain within the area that we're discussing today, yes.
And
not all of it is inundated.
But a good portion of Muller Parkway would be inundated. Is that true?
Commissioner Ingles, this is Tom Delaire. We can put this on the flood map. We can put that on the GIS.
Just tell the audience.
Yeah.
Would it be impacted?
By the 100-year floodplain? Yes. Yep.
Thank you. The other thing that happened during this process is that the previous board that signed this agreement was highly misled by counsel from the DA's office, and it was so bad she had to be relieved of duty. Nobody in the county wanted this thing, and yet it's gone through. So there's no discussion in any of this about water. And this is going to put huge demands on the aquifers here in our county. And you can say, Minden has a big ocean underneath us and whatever. Well, that may be true, but the question is, as much as being pumped out of the Minden aquifer, or this be the Gardnerville aquifer, or the Joe Schmidlap aquifer, what is replenishing those aquifers? Nothing. We aren't getting any precipitation. So we might be playing a game of Russian roulette here with these projects. The developers don't care. They just want to get it done. Now, in regard to this agenda item, if we approve this or deny it, what are we doing? Just simplify the whole thing.
Chairman Ingles, this is Sam Booth. The motion that we have in the packet is just to accept this report. It's not approving or denying. Just the review here today is required by NRS for staff to review these agreements and have this discussion with the board. So the motion is just to accept the report on the agreements.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Commissioner Nosad.
I would ask you then, what is the purpose of bringing all these details before us when all you're asking for is an approval of what you said?
Commissioner Noasad, this is Sam Booth again. I think, it's tough for me to speak to how the NRS was set up or what the reasoning was behind that. But I think it is a good, this is one of the requirements in NRS that I think we believe has a good purpose in order for staff to keep eyes on these agreements and to bring them before the commission for review. And as frequently as every 2 years, so that these don't sit on the shelf and be forgotten about and the conditions within each of the agreements aren't forgotten about. But I think that is up to the board, that if the board, and of course I would think the district attorney's office believes that there's any conditions within these development agreements that are not being met, we could schedule that for a future discussion and bring that back, I suppose, to discuss the agreement in more detail.
I guess where I'm really going to go with that from there is I question the wisdom of some of the terms in the agreements, and who's is the citizenry of the county getting the best part of the deal. So we can't break the plan with Park Cattle for 30 years. Well, that ties our hands and anybody else who's living long enough to be on this board for 30 years. Why would we do that?
If I may, Commissioner Nosad.
Yes, sir.
It appears that if this board approves this action item, it is like we were giving tacit support to these projects in general. And if it was presentation, that'd be one thing, but an action item, and I'm not prepared to give tacit support to any of these projects. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, it would seem to me that we're not giving any type of approval for the projects. We're simply saying that we're acknowledging the information brought before us. Is that correct, Sam?
Yes, that's my understanding, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. As Sam Booth indicated, this is an opportunity for the board to review basically the contracts the county has entered into. It's also an opportunity for staff to update the board to say, has there been a breach? Do we think we need to look at this more carefully? Is there some other action the board would like to take? This is not approving a specific plan for any of these projects. It's not approving anything as far as development goes. It's, as I indicated earlier, a development agreement is you want something and the county wants something, for instance, building roads in the first phase. After that, whether you build it or how you build it, that is up to the developer to decide to build it, and they have to come to this board and to the planning department and say, this is specifically what we want to build and how we want to build it. And for instance, as Director Dallaire indicated, if there's a major change in the specific plan, it's going to come back for, I can't remember which project, Virginia Ranch. It'll come back before this board. So when it comes to actual development, building, those kind of issues specific plan is going to come back to this board. I hope that helps clarify.
Mr. Ritchie, I understand what you're saying. If this were an item for presentation, fine, but we have to give it an action item, and this could be used to say, well, you agreed to this in the past. So legally, we're committing ourselves by saying and voting in favor of this action item.
I'm trying to look up the actual NRS. It might be sufficient just to, it's agendized for just to accept the report, kind of like there's other reports that the board just accepts, they don't take action on. I can't think of any right now off the top of my head. If it's, the board could just have a motion to accept the report as presented, not taking any action.
Mr. Chairman, a question for both of you. When you talk about road width, how much distance you have between a sidewalk and a curb or anything like that, isn't it in Title 20?
Tom Delaire for the record. It's actually in our design standards,
Now, wait a minute.
which is accepted, I guess, in Title 20. So the specific details are in our design standards. And Title 20 references those standards.
And why was there an issue about how wide the road was going into a specific area? So I guess maybe the question would be, what is the standard for a road width in a residential area?
Those standards have also changed over time. Agreements were signed like back in Right. So what Sam's saying is that, standards, the design standards have been updated periodically throughout the year. So if, like Meridian Boulevard, for example, in 1988, probably had different design standards, or I know they had different design standards then at that time than what they have as design standards today. So those standards do change over time with that document. So as the development agreements come in, those usually, it depends on if there's an item in the development agreement, but those freeze the standards at that time when the development agreement was approved. So we would have to go back and look at those standards that the development agreement is referencing about the time frame of when those standards were accepted or adopted, by the board. Does it help at all? So today, if you came in for a residential project today, our design standards is 60 foot wide for a right of way.
Is that in code?
It's in the design standards.
Design standards. Now, what is there a legal standing for design standards? Within your office or within the county?
Yeah, you have to build to those design standards that we have and it's a separate document from the Title 20.
And why isn't it in Title 20, where we can just look at it and say, by golly, it's 80 feet? And then when a developer comes along and wants to put in 60 feet and he wants a variance?
Yeah, the design standards chapter within the code really just refers to the homes. I mean, it would be nice if it was in there and this is what you have to do. And we are planning on rolling out an update to the code, and we can make those changes as we come to you and discuss that. Those are really good comments that we need to take into account when we are updating our code, and we can add those into code. But we do have design standards today as details, and I think it gives the county a little more flexibility on that. And then also what happens with a plan development, if a developer comes in with a plan development, they can generate whatever width of a road that they want, and if the board accepts it and the staff accept it based on what that layout looks like and the mobility through the site, we can approve varying widths of roads for residential projects.
I'm thinking that's probably more power than you should have. I think that should be left up to the people here on this board.
Yep.
And coming up with a resolution to alter Code Title 20.
Well, Yeah, so the board's going to have to approve the changes to Title 20. I can't make those changes as the Community Development Director. I can't make changes to Title 20. I can't do that.
Propose changes to Title 20.
I can propose them to you.
Yes.
For you guys to review, yes.
Okay, you said
Yes.
you're under review on Title 20 right now in your office?
Well,
How soon can we expect a report on that?
well, I think we're trying to get through the VHRs at the moment, and I've spent a considerable amount of time on that item, as you have as well. And as soon as we get through there, I will start working on a plan, to present to you guys on moving forward with the code update.
Gentlemen, we're getting off track here, and we have to resolve this particular agenda item. The thing I don't like about the way it's presented is that legal counsel for these entities could come back and say, but you agreed. And then we'd have to go and state our case. Well, we didn't agree to anything. We agreed that they presented it. And I think it can be used against us.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
My understanding, and from listening to those before us, that we're not approving anything other than saying that we saw the report and we're approving the report that they gave us. Is that a correct statement?
Tom DeLaire for the record. It is, Commissioner
Thank you.
Rice.
In that case, sir, I would like to
Mr.
make
Chair.
a motion.
Mr. Chair, could you just give me 2 minutes here? Thank you. I just wanted to make 2 observations. Number one, I don't want to shoot the messenger. And I think that our review of these development agreements is extremely important, and I appreciate you bringing them forward to us. And I'm looking forward to reviewing other development agreements that are in place with the county and looking for sunset dates in those or performance dates within those. And the second observation I will make is that it appears to me in reading these documents that Virginia Ranch came forward and failed to meet their requirements several times in this county, and the Board of Commissioners did not take the opportunity to terminate those development agreements at that time and allow them to proceed. And that disappoints me, and I would hope that this board does not allow the same thing to happen in our tenure up here. And when a developer comes forward and we have a development agreement and they don't perform, we need to look at termination of that development agreement. That's what I would have to say. So I appreciate this report, and I'm looking forward to more development agreement understandings so that we have a better understanding of exactly what's in place and what parameters we have that we can institute that can ensure that these projects come forward in a timely manner to meet the needs of our county. Thank you. Now, I would be glad to second a motion. I think you're going. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements as presented.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice and a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Nay. We have three in favor and 2 opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12, for possible action, discussion on the possible adoption of Ordinance 2021-1582, an ordinance repealing the existing text of Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County related vacation home rental within the Tahoe Township and adopting the new text. This is the second reading, and after the presentation, we'll have public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. With me here today is Tom Dallaire, Director of Community Development, and then also Sam Taylor with the District Attorney's Office. If you can give me just a moment to pull up my presentation, I apologize for that. Oh, I just clicked on the wrong one. Of course I did. There we go. Okay, it's been quite a journey. We have been discussing this for a number of months. I just want to give you a brief overview of the history that got us here today. Beginning in 2005, VHRs were permitted in the Tahoe Township as a type of use allowed up at the lake. With the explosion of online advertising platforms beginning shortly thereafter, in 2017, the County Commission acknowledged a need to amend the existing section of County Code that permits this type of use. They were noticing nuisances as far as back as then. We have been through a very entailed public process, including Planning Commission meetings in 2018 and an update that was provided to them back in May of this year. As a note, I would just point to the board in my staff report, the comments from the Planning Commission from the discussion at that update are included for your consideration. We've had 14 total public meetings on this, 2 public workshops, 1 at the lake and 1 in the valley, an online survey with over 1,000 respondents, and then also we had the VHR task force group and the review by the technical advisory group that resulted in some recommendations that were brought to the county manager. And the county manager provided his report and recommendations to you, or excuse me, to the county commission back in October, and has discussed and briefed this commission on those recommendations as well. That brings us to an overview of ultimately what we're considering today. The amendments to the code are summarized as followed. This is not an exhausted list of all of the changes we are considering. A complete copy of the ordinance is included as an exhibit to the staff report. I'm happy to discuss in detail any of the changes that you would like to go through, but I will just summarize some of the more substantive changes include, limiting the total number of permits to 600 up in the Tahoe Township, and keeping the use only permitted in the Tahoe Township. Those permits will further be limited to 1 per owner. It limits density in neighborhood areas to 15% for single-family residences and 20% for multifamily projects. The changes will create a tiered structure, a tiered permitting structure, tiers 1, 2, and 3, based on occupancy numbers. It requires a special use permit for occupancy over 10. Also, the changes reduce permitted occupancy to 2 per bedroom or 4 per parking space, whichever is less. The changes clarify existing enforcement provisions, address a number of nuisance issues, and increase our ability to enforce many of the complaints that we have received to date. It creates the VHR advisory board as well. In order for this ordinance to be adopted today, the board must consider the findings that are shown on the page and discussed in greater detail in the staff report. Staff were able to make the findings, and if you have questions regarding these findings, I'd be happy to go through those with you. The recommended motion today, of course, is to adopt the ordinance. I'll bring this screen up at the very end in case you need assistance in making that motion. So what happens next? The ordinance will become effective in 30 days. This will allow staff some time, additional time that we will use wisely to circulate and publish public information and public education documents regarding what has changed, how it impacts existing permit holders, and any individuals wishing to obtain permits in the future. We intend also at a future meeting of the board to bring forward a revised fee structure. This program, the direction we received from the county commission is that it should pay for itself. And so the county manager's office is working at revising those fees, and we'll be bringing that to you in a future date. Hopefully soon. I think we're anticipating at the next meeting. He's nodding his head yes. We also have a resolution in place which currently suspends the issuance of new vacation home rental permits. And I pulled this language from the ordinance to advise the board that the language states that the suspension would remain in place until such a time as the board amends chapter 20.622, which potentially we would be doing today, to enact changes deemed necessary for public health and safety and to resolve the ongoing problems with public health, safety, and welfare concerns. I won't keep reading. Ultimately, what this means is that if the board takes no further action, it is staff's understanding of the language as it is listed on the screen, shown on the screen today, that the suspension would go away and that new permits could be issued. So if that is not the intent of the board, then we need some direction from staff to bring back a subsequent ordinance, or we can just let that resolution, I don't want to say die, expire. Maybe that's, Doug, I'm looking at you to see what the proper terminology for that would be. Did you want to jump in?
Mike. Microphone.
Chairman, if I may, to answer your question, the resolution wouldn't die. It would continue to be in effect, but by the terms of the resolution, the temporary suspension will end.
I'm confused. Is that as of today if we vote on it, or is it as of the 30 days when the amendment is effective? I thought it was the date the amendment was effective, but go ahead.
When it becomes effective. If the ordinance is passed today, once it becomes effective, the suspension will go away.
So I think Jennifer had said it was going to be today, right? And you're saying in 30 days, and I advised people something, the 30 days. I just want to make sure I'm right. Can we have a clarification, please?
Yes, if I can clarify my comments, I'd be happy to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. I apologize. What I meant to say is if we don't hear different direction from the commission, then the suspension would be lifted when the ordinance takes effect in 30 days. So if that is not the intent or desire of the board for the suspension to be lifted, we need direction from you today to bring back a separate item at a future meeting prior to that suspension being lifted. I have two more points, and then I'd be happy to turn it back to the commission for any additional questions. We will also be using these 30 days to establish a process for a permit lottery. The 600 permit cap remains in place, and currently we have around 550 permits. Some individuals have the reason for a decrease in number from previous permits that we have reported to the commission is some individuals have chosen not to renew or were not paying attention to expiration dates on their permit. And so we do have around 50 permits available, and we will be establishing a lottery process and educating the public on how that process will all work once the ordinance does take effect. Also, there is an additional item on your agenda, I believe it's item number 14, in which the commission will need to appoint members to the advisory board. Once the advisory board is formed, they will begin their work dealing with appeals based on enforcement actions, but then also they will be hearing special use permit applications for those tier 3 permits, which will be a public process and a public noticing process involved in that as well. Ultimately, as part of the bylaws that would be adopted by that board, there is a requirement that they would report back to the county commission annually on their activities, the status of the program, and any recommendations for potential changes that the advisory board may have. The first date would be December of this year, and that report would occur every December thereafter. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am happy to answer any questions. I kept my presentation brief. We've discussed this in detail. I hope you'll humor me not going through my staff report at length.
Bringing it back to the board, are there any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, I had just a quick question. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? On the, so, I mean, I understood the discussion that took place in regards to 30 days after, if we approve this today, 30 days hereafter, this suspension would be lifted. However, I don't know that we're going to have those revised fees in place. And so that's my concern of lifting this, and before we have those fees and we understand exactly what those fees are, because as you're saying, we have about 50 or so in the process, in the pipeline to be approved. So would they be approved under the old fees or the new fees? And since we're setting up tiers, we wouldn't know what the differences are there. So are you almost prepared to present to that advisory board or to us a fee schedule?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Commissioner Gardner, yes. We are planning on presenting a proposed fee schedule at the next meeting of the board, which I believe is June 17th? 17th. Yes, so fees are set by a resolution of the board, and so I believe it would take one meeting. I do have some discussions with legal counsel to make sure that we could accomplish that, but right now my understanding is that we could do that at the next meeting of the County Commission.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your foresight in that.
Chairman.
Commissioner Rice?
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Rice. Just because there's been a lot of discussion on this, what I recommend is when the motion is made, if it's to approve it, the motion include an effective date, a specific date. That way there's no question. You could set it July 4th, I believe, is a Sunday. You can make it July 5th. Or if you want to give staff some additional time to get their rate structure in, make it the third Thursday in July. That'd be my recommendation, Chairman. Just the motion includes a date certain.
Bringing it back to the board. Yeah. Commissioner Rice, just a minute.
First of all, I want to thank you. This has been a long process. I know that I, along with my fellow commissioners, have been burning up time on the internet, getting a myriad of emails, and I might say some very interesting phone calls, some of which I will not repeat here. However, I think that you and the advisory board that you chaired have done an amazing job. My original motion way back when was to accept the recommendations of the advisory board in toto, and in our wisdom we have tweaked. So now that we have been tweaked, I want to thank you, and I'm ready to make a motion if there's no other comments. We need public comment. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open this up for public comment in the chambers.
Good afternoon. Ellie Waller. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been happy to participate in this. I'll be very brief. You've read my numerous comments. For those present today that are not in favor of the most well-rounded, fair vacation home rental policy in the basin, I remind you this is not an entitlement. And for those illegal operators, you should not be eligible for the 50 in the lottery. I'm hoping that is made very clear. when we come forward with this. And then once the illegal operators have been notified of their fines, it'll be nice to see how much is going into the county coffers, so this program does run efficiently. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I just want to congratulate everybody that's been involved with this. This has really been a long process. I think this ordinance respects the rights of both the property owners who want to operate VHRs and the owners of the properties that are surrounding these. This ordinance establishes the rules with methods of enforcement. It's unfortunate all this was made necessary mostly by the actions of a few people operating party houses and disrespected the residents of the surrounding areas. Property managers could have seen this coming. They could have made changes on their own that might have helped this. If they're upset about this, they should have thought about it beforehand. As time goes forward, additional changes may be necessary. But I think you should give this a chance to see how it works and see what happens. Thank you.
For the record, Janet Murphy. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. But you know what's really strange is I listened through here today of these people like Bernadette saying how wonderful her community is and how she loves everybody. Gee, that's how we like our community as well up there. Then I hear about the water shortage. Well, we have a water shortage right now up at the lake. Do you know our intake water? Because you know I do utilities. Requires certain coverage. The more that comes out of the lake, the less coverage the water intake line has. We have to meet regulatory standards. With my sewer, people don't want the vacation rental people around on their beaches because they're taking selfies right on their own personal property. They're starting fires in the backyard. We have to put those out. I've seen those. I've seen the fire pits. I've seen teepees. I've seen camping in the background. I've seen them feeding the wildlife. And when we feed the wildlife, what happens? The wildlife comes into everybody's home and breaks into your house. They're uneducated. It's a revolving door. It's like a melting pot is what Lake Tahoe is going to become. I'm warning you right now on record, 10 years from now, unless you put a stop to it. The real estate people are upset because you know why? Because they have to disclose, otherwise they get sued if, oh, by the way, there is some vacation rentals around here in the area. They don't don't want to buy it. They don't want to buy in the area. There's people that are looking for housing right now. And I hear all these people, yeah, I could probably make more money if I just do a vacation rental. Oh, but these teachers need places to live. And there's nowhere for them to rent. I said, these are residential. What about our rights? What about the people that live there, that bought into residential? Let's break it down. Residential is reside. What does reside mean? Living, that you live there. You're not there temporarily. I talked to a couple good folks, good friends of mine, that had COVID. You know what? Their neighbors went ahead and they helped them out, brought them food. And I'm pleading with you. If they had vacation rentals, it wouldn't happen. I am pleading with you. I don't know. People are putting gates around all of my sewer infrastructure to make it a hassle to get to all of my infrastructure because they're trying to keep the people out of their private properties. I need that time as the essence when it comes to sewage, when that's a national treasure and that we drink our water from. I got the real estate. I mean, how about John Dollar? He's just talking about all the time that he had to put into the VHRs. I know a solution. You know what the solution is? You don't have them. You don't have them. Then your air quality, we're about preservation and conservation. Isn't that what we're about? I thought so. I'm a conservative. I feel like we've opened up the borders. That's what I feel like. Because that's what I see. That's what I deal with on a daily, regular basis. And I'm pleading with you today. This is the final right now. And I'm pleading with you to say no more. After the 600 run out and expire, that's it, no more. You don't have to worry about any lawsuits. You did your due diligence. You made your effort. The results are going to be the same over and over again. You're just kicking the can.
Any further comments from chambers? Natalie, anything online?
Natalie Wood for the record. I don't have anyone on Zoom with their hand raised, but I'll just do another reminder. Anyone that's there through Zoom that would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, no response.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments or discussion? Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, since all of the legal vacation rentals are in my district, I would like to make the motion to adopt ordinance 2021-1582 as presented. To become effective on the third Thursday in July.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
I will second that with comments available, please.
Okay.
Okay. All I wanted to say is before we vote on this, that once again, I also appreciate the tremendous efforts of staff. I sat in a Chamber of Commerce board meeting yesterday morning, and we talked about this particular item on that. And my comments to that chamber was that I don't think that there's one person in this county that is absolutely in favor of everything that's in this ordinance, including myself, by the way, including myself. But I feel like it's important that we go forward with this. We've beat it up, we've massaged it, we've taken your comments as a public, and we've listened to staff. We incorporated, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 55 different recommendations or something in that nature. And so we spent a tremendous amount of time on that. I know this is not perfect, but I think it's time to put this advisory board in place and let them massage it and see what they need to do and come back to us in January or December as indicated in the bylaws. And so I look forward to appointing that board today. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be disappointed. But anyways, that's why I'm going to be voting in favor of this particular motion. Thank you.
Is that a second?
Yes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Now is the time for discussion, not before the second or after the second. This program has been around for a long time, more years than I think I've been here. It has caused a growth in government. We've had to hire on at least 3 new code enforcement officers to go out there and take care of the people who are not smart enough to take care of themselves. The only solution to this problem is not kick the can down the road any further. I would suggest, and I make a motion, that we fill the 600 out of the pipeline. Close the pipeline now. Get to the 600 point, then no renewals of these permits, and we let them expire, and the VHRs go away.
Mr. Chairman, there's already a motion on the floor.
I understand that. We're going to go with the motion and the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4-1, or 4-1, yes. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break here. It is, I'll be back here at 10 to 5. 5 to 5. 5 to 5. Can we bring the meeting back to order? This is item number 13 for possible action. Discussion to approve Douglas County nomination of a layperson to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, Advisory Planning Commission for a 2-year term effective commencing June 2021 through May 2022 in accordance with the TRPA Bi-State Compact. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates. So this position, this advisory board for TRPA includes a layperson member that is appointed by the board. Garth Alling has served on the board for several terms, and he is seeking reappointment. He is a professional biologist and has been serving the TRPA well. Because he's a current member and been serving so long, we did not solicit for other applications. Mr. Alling was on Zoom earlier, but had another engagement and had to log off, so he's not available today. Alling, A-L-L-I-N-G. And it's Garth.
Are there any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I've served on the TRPA governing board as a representative of Douglas County for 2.5 years now, and I see no reason why Mr. Alling should not be reappointed as a member of the board. Thank you.
Any other comments? If a motion is made, include Mr. Alling's name. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the nomination of Garth Alling to the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission for a 2-year term effective June 2021 through May 2023 as presented.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Number 14 for possible action. Discussion on the 5 appointments to the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board and to review the proposed bylaws. Jennifer Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager for the record. Before you with this agenda item, this is your opportunity to appoint 5 members to the VHR Advisory Board. I would remind the board that there are a few conditions for appointment that were contained in the ordinance that was just adopted by this commission. They must be a resident of the Tahoe Township, and a majority of the members of this board may not be permit holders. So no more than 2 of the 5 is how I interpret that. I have up on the screen before me today the applicants, as well as some notes that staff have compiled. This information has been distributed to the County Commission. I would just tell you all the information contained on this sheet is included in each of the individual applications and is part of the public record today. All I've done is just summarize that information in an Excel spreadsheet format to make it a little bit easier for the Commission to digest and for you to decide who you may want to narrow down as potential appointees to this committee. We have a total of 26 applications, I believe. I believe 1, 3 of those applicants are not residents of the Tahoe Township and therefore are disqualified from consideration. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the commission may have. We did advise the applicants that they should consider attending and participating in this meeting if the commission wishes to call on them to ask them questions. I am not sure if some are participating by Zoom, but that was an option that was given. I do note a number of them are in the audience today. Again, sir, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Davison, just real quick, I can't see that detail. Is Patty Graff still on that list? Okay, because she called and she said she understood, and she lives down in the valley, and she declined to continue her application.
That is correct, sir. She is noted as one of the individuals who is not a Tahoe Township resident.
Thank you. Okay, what we'll do, we'll take questions from the board, bring it back to the public, and carry on to get this resolved. It's not on there, but if any of the applicants would like to give a short 3-minute presentation, we will accommodate you. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, this gave me fun reading to do over my 3-day weekend. And yes, I did go over every application. And I would like to comment that we have some extremely accomplished people that have applied for this board. I went through and I picked the 5 that I thought would be the best. I'm sure that we all have gone through the entire list and have picked the folks that we think would be our favorites. So my suggestion, depending upon what everybody else thinks, is that perhaps we could hear from those that wish to address the board, and then perhaps each of us pick 5 names, and then we can see how many names we all concur on, and then go from there, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open this for public comment. Are any of the applicants in chambers, would they like to speak?
Hi, my name is Brian Keith Byer. As you know, I'm an applicant. I believe there are really 3 components of this role. One is to be an appeals process. I believe I'm a very fair person. I've listened to all your discussions. I'm not burdened about any discussions beforehand 4 years ago. I know what you have decided you want to happen, and I believe I can be a fair judge when those policies are violated. One of the things is to bring back recommendations, and this is obviously going to be, as you know, a contentious issue. I guess the best example I could bring of my past experience of working through a contentious issue was when I worked on the Douglas County School Board. I was a trustee for 4 years, and we opened our schools. When you do a contentious issue, you have to have a North Star. In this issue, mine is the quiet enjoyment of private property. In that situation, I knew it was best to get our kids back in school. The National Association of Pediatricians had said so. I also knew that kids learn better in school. I also knew that our nutrition programs work better with kids in school. I knew our counseling programs work better with kids in school. And so that was my North Star. It may not seem contentious now, but in May and June and July of 2020, that was a very contentious issue. California had decided not to go back. Las Vegas had decided not to go back. We had a lot of public sentiment against going back. We had parental concerns. We had teacher concerns. We had a lot of concerns. In fact, I was told I was going to be responsible for 14 kids dying just using statistics. So a lot of contention. But we were able to work through all of those issues and get Douglas County schools open, which put a lot of parents back to work in Douglas County. So I think we worked through a very contentious issue, tremendous amounts of conflicting data, tremendous amounts of scientific studies and everything else to get to the right answer for Douglas County schools, Douglas County students, and Douglas County itself. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Any other candidates like to speak?
You have a pen here? Got it. My name is Robert Trabant. I am a full-time resident of Douglas County. I have been for the last 6 years. I live in Lake Village, where I am on the Homeowners Association Board of Directors. I am the Vice President of the Homeowners Association. I will be for at least one more year until May of next year when we have the new elections. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I flew in the Air Force for 5 years, got out and used the GI Bill to go to law school, graduated from law school and passed the bar in 1978 in the state of California. My practice was civil litigation. I was involved in 30 jury trials. I had over 1,000 cases where I was a party, representing a party in arbitration. I had between 500 and 1,000 cases where I acted as the arbitrator, and I would make findings as to what the facts were, what the law was, and applied them to the circumstances I was involved in, which is what I see as primarily what we're looking for the advisory panel, is to listen to the facts, get a resolution of the facts and what the law is, and make a recommendation to the board. If there are any questions anyone has, I'm ready to answer them at this time.
Sir, your name again?
Robert Drabant, D-R-A-B-A-N-T. Should be on the first page, about the fifth one down, I believe. Thank you
One
much.
question, are you still a CPA, sir?
No, I'm no longer a lawyer. I retired from the
Okay,
practice of
thank
law.
you.
Thank you.
Any more candidates care to speak that are in chambers?
I think my credentials speak for themselves. I think I don't know how much I put on there, but I mean, 12 years as an advisor at the legislature. So talk about contentions, believe me, I've been there. And been reappointed to the legislatures every 2 years. Been on homeowners associations. I'm on the fire board. I got our lovely fire chief right here, Scott, back there. Like I said, I'm third generation. I run the utility district 29 years. I was a representative of the Tahoe Township forever, for the fire department, utilities at the state level. Been on many committees, financial committees. So I think I know Tahoe very well. Probably better than most. Well, except maybe Kurt Ledbetter, you know, Harvey Gross, so. But other than that, yeah, I know it well. I know about the concerns we have. I've worked with every agency over there. I worked with every EPA, Bureau of Health, TRPA. So I'm fully aware of all of the regulatory agencies, and so what I've done, represented the Tahoe Township, and I'd like to continue to do that. Of course, if you let me. You'll have to convince me, but if you let me. Thank you for all your time and all your efforts, and I truly mean that, because it's a hard position to be in, and you don't get paid sometimes a whole hell of a lot to put up with a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Any other applicants in the audience? Natalie, anybody online?
Natalie Wood for the record, yes. We have 4 applicants online that would like to speak at this time, so I'll start with Jeff Maines.
Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Maines. Thank you for taking the time on this
Jeff,
topic.
can you hold on real quick? I'm going to try and turn the volume up for you.
Talking straight into my laptop. I'm doing as well as I can here. So, thank you for the time today. I think this is an important issue. I'll be very brief. I'm grandfather bought our little cabin in 1947, and we have rented it before and after regulation. Not that much, usually about 8 or 10 weeks a year. And I think this whole process is about a balance between homeowners, really about being neighborly regardless of whether you rent your property out or not. And I welcome that. I think there's a good dialogue here, and ultimately, if it's decided through this process that, as some have suggested, there shouldn't be any vacation rentals, well, that would be all right if we go through a proper process. But in the meantime, I am a holder of a vacation permit, and I think in good standing. We've never had any strikes or anything else. I'm a CEO of an aerospace company, and I'm a logical thinker and a balanced person. And of course, I love Tahoe very, very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And certainly, I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, next we have Natalie Yanish.
Hello, am I coming through okay?
You were a bit garbled, Natalie. Could you say that again?
Am I coming through okay?
That was better.
Okay, if you have any audio issues, please do just let me know and I will see if I can adjust on my end. Thank you again for reviewing my application for the advisory board, and good afternoon to the commissioners and to staff, and thank you for all of your time and efforts on this. I did submit an application, so I won't go over every detail that's on it, but just wanted to give you kind of an overview of who I am and what I think I would bring to the advisory committee. So I live on the top of Kingsbury Grade. I've lived here since 2002. I have a breadth of community experience, and I do receive a lot of feedback regarding short-term rental issues in Lake Tahoe, and also just in general. I have most recently participated in the Vacation Home Rental Working Group for Douglas County, which, again, we appreciate all of staff efforts, especially Ms. Davidson, for putting that together, and we did spend quite a bit of time together as a group of stakeholders, putting forth recommendations. And obviously I won't go into all of those because I know that the commissioners have read over them many times. So during that time, I tried to bring to the table my views as well as the views of my neighbors, and be as respectful as possible to everyone in the room who had differing opinions. So I have an expertise and understanding of the groups and various stakeholders. I've also worked with land use regulations. The Tahoe Regional Planning Agency regulations I'm quite familiar with, and I've spent a lot of time at their meetings as well. And also the restrictions that not restrictions, but guidance that they've given on allocation releases, and the direction for short-term rentals that they put in their code. I was involved in that process as well. And at a local legislation of zoning in the state of Nevada, I've also had quite a bit of experience. I understand that short-term rentals are contentious, and it's often a polarizing issue, unfortunately, in the neighborhoods. And so I would hope that the commissioners accept my application, because I feel like I would bring some differing opinions and a diverse set of opinions to the advisory board. And in the end, I hope that makes for a better outcome, and considering items that might come before the Douglas County VHR advisory board for consideration. And obviously, I know you've all been very gracious in seeing my comments and letters over time. So I just wanted to succinctly say that my purview is that I'm a proponent for, the property rights for all residents here in Douglas County. whether it be a primary resident or a long-term renter, I feel that they should have quiet enjoyment of their property. And, I also understand the economic importance of allowing owners to have the flexibility to get economic value from their investments in property here in Douglas County. Most importantly being that, I think enforcement here has been the big issue that everyone agrees upon. And so I think that that is going to be something that the advisory board would need to tackle. And I am in
Excuse me,
favor
Natalie?
of compliance with the ordinances.
Natalie, we have to cut you off. You have your
yes.
3 minutes are up, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I could not hear what you said.
Thank you, Natalie. That was your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Again, I just want to appreciate your consideration, and regardless of how the commission feels about allowing the short-term rentals, I just wanted to say that I understand that you are the board that is the legislative body, and that if I...
Natalie, let me interrupt you, please. You've gone over your 3 minutes, so allow the next person to come on.
Okay, Natalie Wood, for the record, we'll go with Michael Johnson next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mike Johnson. I've been an attorney up here at the lake for 23 years now. I practice mostly in real estate and business-related issues. So I practice on both sides of the state line, Nevada and California, and I kind of became interested in VHR issues when I started handling matters for clients on the California side of the line, VHR clients, either owners or property management companies, and became, again, interested in the issue and would like to serve in that capacity over here in my home county, Douglas County. I should point out, in the interest of full disclosure, again, I continue to do work for the VHR industry. I would imagine there may be occasions in which I would have to recuse myself from involvement, certainly if I were acting in a quasi-judicial fashion as one of the hearing officers. The only other thing I have to add, unless there are questions, is I see that the terms are to be staggered under the ordinance, the terms of the panel, starting off with 3 members for 4 years and then 2 members for 2 years. I would prefer the lesser commitment, the 2-year term, if I were to be selected. Thank you.
Okay, next we have is Heidi.
Hello, everyone. Heidi Gunter, for the record. I've lived off of Kingsbury Grade for 8 years. I've been closely following all of the VHR meetings since 2015 and attending in person when I can, when I can't, via Zoom. I have a 5-year-old who's going to be starting kindergarten soon here in Zephyr Cove, so I am here for the long haul, and I would very much like to be a part of the solution of VHRs in my town, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Heidi. I did have Mr. Brooks on wanting to provide comment, but it looks like he got kicked off of Zoom. I'll watch and see if he signs back on. If you want to move forward, if he signs back on, I'll let you know if you'd like.
And commissioners have any comments or suggestions of the candidates, a consensus of any kind?
Mr. Chair, I think what Mr. Rice had to say was good and appropriate, and each of us perhaps could perhaps go through our basically our top 5, I guess, is what you're suggesting, and then see if there's some consensus amongst that, and go forward with that, if the chair is susceptible to that.
That's a start.
Okay, may I start then? Okay. First of all, in the interest of full disclosure, I do know quite a few, actually, of these applicants, either personally or through phone calls or emails. So, and most of them have been very active in the process. the last 90 days that we've been going through this. I did, as Mr. Rice said, I went through all of these as well, and I set up some what I felt was personal criteria in regards to how I felt our advisory board should work. And so I looked at all these applicants, and so I'm looking for, personally, I'm looking for diversity. I'm looking to make sure that we have 5 commissioners or 5 advisory board members that are not all concentrated in one particular area of the Tahoe Township. I'm also interested in making sure that we select 1 or 2 of the previous task force members so that they can hit the ground running when we kick this thing off, because they have the experience. They know what they debated over the last 2 years and came together in that regard. So I'm also, we've had a tremendous amount, as I'm sure the rest of the commissioners will assert, that the Tahoe Beach Club has been very, very active in their coming forward and offering public comment over the last 90 days. So those are some of the factors that I looked at in regards to trying to choose and select these, my top 5. I don't know how my fellow commissioners are going to react to these, but those are basically what I tried to do in that regard. So therefore, I would start off by saying that I'm very interested in having Mickey Hempler serve on this task force. She lives down in the Zephyr Cove area, and she was a task force member, and she's also on the Zephyr Cove GID and has 15 years of experience, Zephyr Cove Property Owners Association. So I think she brings a lot of skills to this advisory board. Secondly, I would like to suggest we consider Lauren Romaine. She lives at the Summit Village, so at the top of Kingsbury Grade. So I think that would be address things that are up in that area. And I think that would be good. And also, she's a VHR task force member as well. But she also brings the experience of actually operating a VHR permit. So she brings that talent as well. So and insight. And from what I understand in talking with Jennifer Davidson, I understand that she's had no complaints previously brought forward. So I think that should bring good insight into that committee. As I said, Tahoe Beach Club has been very active in bringing forward ideas to our into our board. So I would be interested in seeing Keith Byer on this committee, and he's Keith Brian Byer. Yes, yeah, he goes by Keith. But and he's also a previous school board member here in Douglas County, so I think he brings the skills set necessary to know how these committees should operate, and could be a good advocate for his fellow owners in the Tahoe Beach Club. 2 others that I've gone through here, and I've also liked to consider Ed Wallbarger. He's on the second page, and he's with the Marla Bay GID, and I think he could bring some good experience to this as well. And also perhaps Jonathan Herwig, Skyland VP GID. So those are 5 different areas that all have VHRs, and I think that would be a well-rounded committee. But I think my top 3 are, as I've indicated, Mickey Hempler, Lauren Romaine, and Keith Byer, certainly. So anyways, that was my criteria, and those are how I whittled it down. And we're not going to make everybody happy here, obviously. So Jonathan Herwig is what I was also. He's just under on the page, so.
Okay, I'm going to say mine a little quicker so I can add a 6th person instead of a 5th, okay? This is a really tough for all of us because one, it's a very important board, a lot of really qualified people, and there are a lot of diverse people. So I'm just going to give you my list. I think on my list is either Keith or Brian Byer, whichever name you go by, Lauren Romaine, Drew Marin, Mickey Hempler, Robert Drabant, if I'm pronouncing your name right. Trabant. I like your background, and I like your talk, and Ralph Tugnetti. So those are my 6. Did I say it too fast? Are we okay? Okay, well, let me go slower for you then, okay? Brian Byer. Keith Byer. Lauren Romaine. Drew Marin. Mickey Hempler. Robert Drabant. Is that right? Yeah. And Ralph Tugnetti.
Wes, are you ready to read some off?
We concur on several. I guess we read the same reports. My number 1 pick was Jeffrey Maines. My second was Lauren Romaine. And I'm doing this alphabetically, so it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's easier this way. Next would be Gregory Brooks, Brian Bayer, and Mickey Hempler. So we agree on several of those. Thank you.
Vice Chair, can you do your microphone and restate them? We didn't catch the first 2.
Thank you. I say again. Jeffrey Maines, Heidi Gunter, and Janet Murphy. Want to keep going? Ralph Tugnetti and Ed Wheelberger.
You ready, Natalie? Mickey Hempler, Lauren Romaine. Now, Lauren Romaine was a KC-130 driver in the Air Force, so she ties in with Mr. Drabart there, so I'm going to suggest him. I have a bunch of Air Force people up there. Keith Breyer, Janet Murphy. Did I say Keith Breyer? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting 5. Mickey Hempler, Lauren Romaine, Keith Breyer, Janet Murphy, and Mr. Drebach, Air Force. I don't have the pronunciation right.
So, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Gardner?
I'm sensing we have consensus on 3 of these, unless I'm wrong, with Mickey Hempler, Lauren Romaine, and
Natalie Wood for the record. Jennifer does have, she's sorting them on the screen for you guys to show the order and who you guys have a consensus on, so she's highlighting it right now for us to review.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it appears Lauren Romaine, Keith Brian Byer, and Mickey Hempler have at least 4 individuals of the commission nominating them. And the others have 3 or less nominations, and I can go through those if you would like. I did attempt to consolidate this on the screen. Let me get these fields a little bit smaller so we can fit everyone. But this will give you a good indication of where we're at. It looks like the others, excuse me, just a correction for the record, it looks like the others have a combination of 2 or 1 nomination only, not 3.
Could you call off the 3 names?
The 3, again, would be Lauren Romaine, Keith Brian Byer, and Miss Mickey Hempler.
Okay, now we have to campaign. The reason I selected Janet Murphy is that she is probably more familiar with all the nuances of the lake and the things that go on up there. And it would be a vital resource for information in regard to things. And she heads up the sewage system, and this is one of the problems being created by the VHRs, is sewage. It's something that a lot of us don't fundamentally understand unless you're dealing with it. So that was my reason for picking Janet Murphy. And Mr. Drabant, Air Force Academy, he would probably get along real well with Lauren Romaine. Her call sign is Goose. She got that name because all of the other Air Force guys kept calling her Mother Goose. So, and Mr. Drabant, what was your call sign? It's always amusing how those names are given to people. No. You know, and anybody who's been a pilot is pretty level-headed. So I think he'd be a good addition to the task force. Thank you.
I think we should ask, was he a fighter pilot? A7D.
So, Mr. Chair, okay, thank you. Anyways, in recognition of this, I will change my vote from Jonathan Herwig to Mr. Drabant. And So that's where I'll go there. Thank you.
How does the count look now?
Mr. Chairman, so it looks like Mr. Drabant, I apologize if I'm butchering his name, now has 3 commissioners, which would be a consensus. The individuals on the screen that are highlighted in green only have 2 nominations. The ones that remain in white have only 1. Actually, Mr. Herwig no longer has a nomination now. I should remove him from the list. So we have Ms. Gunter with only 1 remaining.
Okay, so we have 2 commissioners who are going to have to lobby for somebody.
Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons I chose Jeffrey Maines is because he's a VHR owner in Marla Bay, and Marla Bay, I believe, deserves representation. He is a VHR owner, and so that would, if we go with Romaine and Maines, that would give us, excuse me, 2 out of the 3 who are VHR owners, and that would give a little bit better balance, I think. I would like, sir, to disagree with you on one of your candidates, is the same with Walt. The person that we choose to, the people that we choose to put on this board are going to be the arbiter of complaints. One of the people that have been nominated has made it quite clear on 2 different occasions in the last 2 meetings, this one and the one prior, that she is absolutely anti VHR, and she's making that part of her mantra, I suppose. And also, I have a problem in that this person on the application put the wrong address. I know this person to live on Elk Point Road, not in Gold Hill, and the application said this is true and correct, and for that reason, I cannot support this person.
Could you support Mr. Drabant?
Bront. Say what you said so we get 4 done.
I'm sorry?
Say what you said so we get the 4th one done.
Okay. I think we have
So, Mr. Chair,
two additional.
Okay.
Go, Commissioner Gardner.
Sorry. In recognition of what we have 2 up there that are from Marla Bay, Jeffrey Maines and Ed Wellbarger. Is that how you pronounce that? Wellbarger. And each of them have 2 votes. And I selected out Ed Wellbarger as my 4th choice or 5th choice, one of the 2. Anyway, so I would be willing to move my vote off of Wellbarger up to Jeffrey Maines, and that would put that would give the Marla Bay some recognition as well, right? And he has a VHR, so we can't have a majority of VHR owners on the board, but that's 2, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. With that, I believe you do have consensus around 5 names. I can list them for you. Jeffrey Maines, Lauren Romaine, Mr. Keith Bryan Byer, Robert DeBrant, and Mickey Hempler all at least have 3 nominations.
That's 5. That's a consensus.
Motion to that?
I'll make a motion that the 5 that you just listed would be our first advisory board.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by...
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sam Taylor here, Douglas County DA. In the process of making these selections, you also need to indicate who is going to serve the 4-year term? No?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, that is done at the first meeting of the VHR Advisory Board by a drawing of lots.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay. My apologies.
Nothing's easy. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Tarkanian and a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Yippee, we got it done, right?
Item 15. County Manager. Discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill drafts, requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislation item included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report. It included with the board packet. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. The legislature ended on Monday. That was a sine die at midnight. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because the dust is still settling. So the bills that have passed out of the legislature are headed to the governor's desk. Some he signed, some he has not. At our next meeting, we are going to give a fuller report on the bills that did pass. We're going to have Walker and Associates here. I'll speak to some bills, and I've also asked our clerk treasurer to speak about some bills related to elections. But just very briefly from our list from the last time that we looked at it, one of the bills died. That was AB 90. That was the bill from Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson that looked at impact fees across jurisdictions. That bill was later amended to be a study, and it still did not pass the legislature. The legislature can only do so many studies, so it's dead. Like I said, all the other ones on the list have passed in some form or another, but I would like to wait until our next meeting to give a fuller, more complete report of where all the dust settled on this. That's the end of my report.
Next week or next meeting. Yeah. Any comments or questions from the board?
I have one question. I know that there's been a lot of controversy over, I believe it's SR 88 or SB 88, the siren bill, the slap Minden bill. That has, it's my understanding that passed. And are we as a board going to take any steps to support one of our townships, or are we going to stay out of the fray?
I think that's up to this board. I think it's the siren is under the control of the town of Minden. I would suggest letting the town board maybe weigh in on it first, but it's certainly your discretion however you want to handle it.
Thank you.
I would agree with Commissioner Rice. This legislature that we just had, they are all trying to micromanage the counties They got into tiny homes, VHRs, sirens. They have bigger things to do, and they're nitpicking. But that's what happens, and you can see it throughout the NRS. So I would support that action. Thank you. Anybody want to make a motion? Oh, no, there is no public comment. Okay, item 16, for presentation only, reports, updates from county commissioners and members of the, concerning the various boards, commissions that they may be members of or liaison to, meetings and functions they have attended. Anything that anybody wants to present? Commissioner Rice.
Unfortunately, the TDVA and the LTVA, after lengthy discussion and considering all the benefits and risks, decided to cancel the Lights on the Lakes event for this year. As luck would have it, the Hard Rock Casino came forward and got a permit from and approval from the Sheriff Department as well as the Fire Department up at the lake to put on their own fireworks show, which will be on July 3rd and 4th on the property of the Hard Rock Casino. So at least there will be some celebration for the 4th of July at Lake Tahoe. End of report.
Any further comments from commissioners? All right, we'll open up for closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and the control of the Board of County Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comments have not already been made. Is there any public comment from the audience? Ms. Waller.
Thank you again. Glad the evening's getting to a close for all of us, but appreciate that we can all be here. I agree with Mr. Slade's opening public comments on development agreements. I want to add to that, specific plans need to be thoroughly vetted to ensure that the citizens are not handing over the gift of public funds to developments and developers that should pay their fair share for the privilege to build in this beautiful rural county. Specific plans like Buckeye Farm and Clear Creek, I would liken to the fox and the hen house. If they're allowed to determine their own enforcement and don't, which I'm experiencing now with Clear Creek, I think we need to take special interest in those things. When will we be getting a status on where our financial situation is on Moeller Parkway? 2025 is just around the corner. We need to kind of understand. We know build grants come and go, and we haven't been that successful yet. Each of the developments discussed today under the development agreement review, it's time to bring each of them in separately when our agendas aren't so overly crowded, which I'm sure are going to be anyway. Each of them should come forward and give us updates. Tell us why Virginia Ranch took the succession of the planning and what's going on with it now, as well as where we're going with any of the other developments that are beyond a 2 or 3 year period, instead of, like Commissioner Tarkanian, thank you for bringing up, how do we get into a 33-year situation? Why aren't we getting updates every 5 years? So we better understand what's going on with developments, the industrial area. It's nice to know that the companies could expand, but it would be also nice for the public as well as yourselves to understand what's going on with those properties. Thank you.
And that was Ellie Waller for the record?
Jerry Turner. I brought a few books with me to enlighten, hopefully, some things going on in the world. This book is called The Trigger by David Icke. It's on 9/11 as the theme, but it goes on to prove all of his points on what's going on around the world and who's controlling the world web. A few of the items in there. 5G consequences, the frequencies and microwaves, the items that go into a vaccine that you're not told, control of computer systems and back doors by Israel, the protocols of the elders of Zion, I highly recommend. The World Wide Web, who's controlling the world, the truth about world activities and artificial intelligence, including us. Read the chapters 20 through 27, especially the chapters 26 and 27, Eyes Wide Open 2. David Icke connects all the dots and gives a whole picture of what the web is controlling and doing. Next book is Behold a Pale Horse. Some of the items included: Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, full version, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, full version, Report from Iron Mountain, The New World Order, The Secret Government, The Oath of the Secret Order, many more. This book here, Sustainable, I've recommended time and time again. I hope every one of you read the book. It talks about the globalists that control United Nations that end up controlling through our bureaucracy and our agencies, the controls being put down all the way down to the local governments. The last book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. This book here, the man tells you exactly what's been going on in the world and what's going to happen after COVID-19. This is the greatest, biggest lying book I can, without better terms, that's ever been presented, but the consequences and the issues he brings up is real. If you own a business, I highly recommend that you read it. If you know somebody who holds a business, I highly recommend that you get them to read it. It's about global change and how they're going to shrink up. If you don't know what's coming at you, you're going to go under. Please get the book. Please read it. I don't want to see these people get a dime, but the business people have to know the truth of what's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Any further comments from the audience? Natalie, any online comments?
Natalie Wood for the record. Yes, we do. We'll start with Jim Slade.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
we
was
can,
hoping
Jim.
to
Go
get an
ahead.
answer. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was very disappointed in the way item 11 was handled today, the discussion of the 24-month review of various development agreements. I had a lot of things that I found challenging there. I wasn't happy with the way it was handled. I don't think some of the commissioners were, or other members of the public as well. One thing that jumped out at me was from page 415, when they're talking about the Montera development. They were supposed to do phase 2 in 2017 to construct Hayborn and 2 lanes of Muller West. That is 8 years after the depths of the Great Recession and 3 years before the year of COVID. What is the excuse for them not doing that? Why are they not having their development taken away from them because they've failed to perform? That was supposed to be done 4 years ago. What is their excuse? That was not brought up. There was no discussion of why they haven't fulfilled their obligation. People should have asked about that and why that is and why we're allowing that to happen. So that was one thing that jumped out at me. Another thing, I was a little baffled by the way this was put together in the agenda packet. There are 4 letters in order: Meridian Business Park, Sarah Colina Park Ranch Holdings, and then all these other people with Muller Parkway. For some reason, that's not the order they were in the packet. And so Sam decided to jump to D before he got to Park Ranch Holdings and discuss all the Muller Parkway groups that are so hard to follow and so hard to have any idea when they're going to build their portion of Muller Parkway. Mr. Dallaire, Mr. Booth, none of them seem to really have any idea, which I understand. You can't predict when or if Virginia Ranch is going to build their portion. They've been sitting on that for, I don't know, the better part of 20 years. But maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention, but I don't think you guys ever discussed the Park Ranch Holdings LLC. The most important, most controversial of all of those things. There might have been a brief discussion about the county's obligations as far as the road goes there, but you never discussed the Park Ranch development. I'll have to go back and listen to the tape, but I think because the order in the agenda was different than the order in the packet, that I'm not sure you ever discussed Park Ranch. And, I shared some of Chairman Engel's concerns about the idea of that you might be approving these things, and Deputy DA Ritchie and Sam Booth all said, no, you're just accepting the report. That's all you're doing, is agreeing to accept the report, which seemed innocuous enough. But when Commissioner Rice went to make the motion, he recommended approval. And that was what was seconded, and that was what was voted on. So you didn't just accept the report, you approved it. So you need to go back and look particularly at Park Ranch Holdings and why Montera hasn't fulfilled their obligations. You need to hear this item again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We don't have any further public comment through Zoom.
That being said, this meeting is adjourned.